right, welcome to MazzaMedia. It's Saturday afternoon. It's February 28th, 2026, and already 2 months are already down in this new year, if you can believe it, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday. I'm MazzaMedia. I'm ready to rock and roll today. I have been really chomping at the bits to talk about this stuff for a couple of days now. And finally, I have that opportunity. It's been a busy week, and I've done a lot of catching up in my late nights. And now this show today is now at 1080p, if you can believe it. I've done some upgrading to MazzaMedia overnight. I now have sound effects. I now have banners now that I can show like this during the shows. Instead of going in the chat, I can just post this throughout the show now. So I'm a little bit upgraded here. I can also change the style. Look at this. I can change the style now. Look at this. Look at all these things. This is unbelievable. Other things I can do, I can change like just other factors. So there's all kinds of neat things that you can do. You can do sound effects. You can do like other sound effects like that. Audience laughter. If I make a joke in the middle of the show and I want laughter, if I can say like, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the left or the right? So I got sound effects. I got police siren noises I can do now. I got train whistles, gongs, drum rolls, a bouncy noise. So I got all kinds of stuff I can do now. There's also like little music you can play. All this kind of stuff I noticed last night. So never knew I could do that before. But those are some of the things I was playing around with last night to see if I want to use it or not. And tomorrow, we're going to have a show. We're going to have a fundraiser for Kelsey. So we are going to do our 12th fundraiser here on MazzaMedia. And it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Common Sense Investigator will be there, ladies and gentlemen. She will be there. She will be joining us. Mullen Law is going to be joining us. Britt Happen's going to be joining us. The Glairer is going to be joining us. And I think a few others are joining us too. I'm just waiting on some follow-up from a few people, but I've extended invites to quite a few people because I'm no longer going to have that 6-person limitation anymore. So it's going to be like I can have as many as 10 guests now. So I don't have to sit there every week and say, well, I can only invite 5 people, and they may or may not show, and may or may not be available. And then actually, I don't want to over invite, so I'm like, you know what? We got business to do. We got business to do for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. So her GiveSendGo is pinned to the top of the chat. This will not be a formal fundraiser today, but tomorrow will be a formal fundraiser. But even though it's not a fundraiser, that doesn't mean you can't make a donation to Kelsey Fitzsimmons GiveSendGo today. So yes, we are ready to rock and roll. Mr. Betterow will be on Nurse Kim's Sunday service tomorrow. Let me see if I can make this 1 second. Let's do this. One moment here. Getting used to my new style here. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's the normal. Okay, that's the normal size of it. Okay, that gets okay. So that bubble version smaller. That's smaller. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. All right, just wondering how this all works here. So getting used to the new stuff here. Yeah, so Mr. Betterow I have not reached out to. We always would love to have him, but he's a very busy man. But you can catch him on Sunday service tomorrow for Nurse Kim. I might send him a message tonight to see if he's available. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of people joining us tomorrow, and still waiting on a few confirmations of other guests. I hope everybody's doing great today. As you know, if you hate winter here in Massachusetts, guess what? Hopefully, we just had our last snowstorm this past week, and hopefully we can all move into the spring months. And hopefully we don't get like a March that's like, guess what? There's still more snow to come. Hopefully we don't get caught up in that situation this year. But hopefully it'll be a nice, warm spring. The groundhog spoke 26 days ago, and he said, sorry, folks, 6 more weeks of winter. But yes, I'm excited for tomorrow. And honestly, here's the thing. I wish I had more time to do more shows. I really do. And I just realized there's a lot I need to say today, and there's a lot I want to go over. and white background, black writing. So perfect. It sounds like you like that. Sounds good. And I'm like, I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, I really want to do like a show, because I like to do two things. I like to do shows by myself, but I like to do shows with people. And I said, so I got so much to say that come tomorrow, when you have a group of people on your show, you have to share time, which is awesome. But I'm like, I have so much to say. I don't know if I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm talking over the guests or trying to get more points. I don't want to dominate the talking time. I want to make sure the talking time is always equal. I always defer to my guests to speak before me to the best of my ability when I do my show. So I said, what I got to do today is I got to do a show, just have a solo show, just get out here, get everything off my chest. That way tomorrow, I can make sure I'm not over talking. I want to make sure the guests have an opportunity. So I said, this will be a great way to do it. Do a solo show today, the fundraiser show tomorrow, and we will be awesome to get everything that we need to talk about. So thank you so much, Jeff. Mazza, you and Mr. Better are a whole vibe. I don't even watch sports, but I watch your sports talk shows with Mr. Better. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I have new toys, I guess. The StreamYard is allowing me to do more stuff. Yeah, since that doesn't have the StreamYard banner. I can also do this. Look at this. How do I get it back? There we go. Okay, so you can minimize it. You can put like a border around the image or something if you want to do that. So, yeah. So that's cool. So, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. But what we're going to do this morning, it's early this afternoon now, we're going to go back to basics. We're going to talk a little bit about a post from Gator Boy on the Facebook group that is more of the origin story of how this story came to be. We're going to go over those details. We're going to be here for a while today. I think I'm going to be here a minimum of 2 hours. And I think I'm going to finish. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy, for all you do. Thank you so much for that donation to Kelsey. Tomorrow is a Kelsey fundraiser, correct? So today is Kelsey news. Tomorrow is the Kelsey fundraiser. So the fundraiser will be tomorrow. But I welcome donations today. So that's it. And I'm looking forward to a personal landmark for myself tomorrow. So I'm going to set the goal as a MazzaMedia goal tomorrow. So what that's going to be is usually we take a goal, we look at where her GiveSendGo is, and we try to hit that goal. So we were on Common Sense Investigators a week ago. We thought 80,000 was realistic, I believe. So we went for that as the goal. Tomorrow is going to be a MazzaMedia goal. So I calculate every total for every show I do, and then I see where I'm at. So I'm almost up to 25,000. Through MazzaMedia, the show, have almost raised $25,000 for Kelsey through the MazzaMedia fundraiser. So through 11 of them, we're at 23,000 something. So tomorrow evening, when I come on this show, I'm going for that 25,000 tomorrow. I want to hit the 25,000 so bad tomorrow. So that way I can do 12 shows and 25. If I can get 25,000, if we can get $25,000 raised for Kelsey in 12 MazzaMedia shows, that's really awesome. So I'm going to be pushing for that tomorrow. Let's see how far off we are. Okay, so I'm at 23,804. So tomorrow night, once we go live, we're going to be pushing for 1,000. That's not too bad. $1,196 will be tomorrow's goal. So it'll be 1,196, which is obtainable. And through most of the fundraisers, we've surpassed that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of the 11 fundraisers, we've surpassed that amount, which is great. So our lowest was $345. That was where I did like a short one, like impromptu short one. And then my first one ever was $895. So we'll need $1,196 tomorrow. And then I can walk around saying, oh, look at me. I raised $25,000. I did it all. But no, I was kidding. We raised $25,000 through MazzaMedia shows, which will be awesome. So I'm looking forward to hitting that goal tomorrow. I'm going to be like, edge of my seat all fundraiser long, praying for that number. And, it'll be great. It'll be great for me and all of us together. If we could say, just through one show, not including, Melanie, Melanie doesn't even do fundraisers. She brings in money for Kelsey, which is outstanding. DeGlaire, I believe, is going to be doing a fundraiser for her soon as well. So we're going to have a lot of opportunity here to raise more money for her through shows. Now, we'll get back to basics with her story here in a moment. But that's great. I mean, she's over 80,000. Common Sense Investigator was actually 2 of her shows were landmark shows of the 3 that she did. Her show helped Kelsey get past 70,000 and past 80,000. So those were 2 landmark shows. And I believe my show, we got her past 50 and 75,000. And I think 30,000, 40 or something, 40 or 45 or something. We have had a couple of landmarks, but we always try to look at where she is dollar value and then try to set the goal there. And Common Sense Investigator has been doing a lot of work, and she's got a channel too, Common Sense Investigator on YouTube. And me and her have been alternating fundraisers. So I'll host one, she comes on my show, then the next week she'll host one, I'll go on her show, and we just kind of bounce back and forth, just to kind of really get, like Lauren said, she wants to give Kelsey more opportunity to make more, get more fundraisers into her. So she said she said she wanted to open up her show too. And I said, I'll absolutely join your show because I want to help out. And it's actually harder to start a fundraiser than it is to join it, because you have to organize the guests, get the links out, get the video created. So it's ultimately like, it's kind of like every week I don't really want to do it. So Lauren's like, I want to do like alternate weeks. I'm like, that's great. So I'll go right on your show. So one week I set up the show, invite the guests. The next week she does the show setup, invites the guests. And it's kind of nice. We kind of alternate, which is it's a great system. It works. And it was her idea too, to do that. And I think that's fantastic. And we had a great time on her show recently. And we've had a lot of good guests on her show, my show. These are people that care about Kelsey and raising money for her. So we're very excited. And I think, that when you see the court yesterday, right, you can't do anything about it, right? We can't do anything whatever happens in that courtroom in between the judge, the prosecutor, her defense team, that's between all of them, right? And what we can do is we can raise money. We can donate money. We can raise awareness. And we may be doing a standout soon. And we're gonna figure that out very, very soon. But I am in talks with someone that was a very big standout person, and Karen Reed, and we're gonna see if we're gonna get something organized here very soon, prior to trial. It might even be the weekend before trial. And we're gonna start to look at the logistics and figure out where we're gonna do it and when. I'm thinking of Saturday, and we're gonna have everybody there that wants to be there. And it doesn't matter if we're on good terms or bad terms, we just want to have everybody there. So we're maybe looking at March 21st as that day. And we might just be doing what we need to do there to raise some awareness. So we'll be in talks about that. And I'm going to start to talk to some of the people that run the Facebook group as well. And we're going to figure out where we want to do this and when. And we're going to get this thing underway here. So I'm thinking Saturday is the best day to do it coming up. So we'll get that figured out. And I'm going to start to get that, just in my foot here. We're going to start to get that figured out, see what we can do there, and make a move for that. Because I think that raising some awareness is going to be a good thing. But it'll also be a nice way just to have a nice little rally, like we always used to do with Karen Reed. And, always did that. I know that the people in Dedham Legacy Place, I think they're still out there on weekends to this day, running their running their standouts for Justice for John O'Keefe. So we're gonna see if we can get something going for Kelsey. So this is nothing that's really been talked about too much. We're just going to we're just gonna start to kind of maybe get a nice little standout going, especially after the news that dropped this week. So I'm gonna start to have those conversations and see what we can organize. We'll promote it on my show. Everything in Salem is now over. Everything's been moved to Lawrence now. So that's where it was yesterday. Everything's in Lawrence now. So there we go. All right. So we will be in talk about that. I'm going to start to reach out to some people by email, text, private message, whatever I got to do to have some discussions. And we're going to see what we can do here to get things. We're going to start to escalate this a little bit in terms of raising awareness. But those are the things we can change. I mean, we can raise awareness. We can raise money. We can raise, share the news, have conversations. That's where we're at right now. Excellent. So Maria, we'll maybe see you there. That's great news. That'll be great news. And the thing is too, is, if we do it on the 21st, it won't be cold as much. So the weather will be like 50, 60 degrees, that day, and hopefully not raining, as I hate the rain. But we'll do what we can. And maybe we can do it on a Sunday. Yeah, maybe we can do it on a Sunday, the 22nd as well. So we'll figure it out, see what we can do, and get people out there and figure this out. So we're gonna get this all figured out, ladies and gentlemen. And Mary is all about those standouts. All right. As a sign, it's like I'm all about that bass. That bass, no trouble. Let's stretch my back here. A little bit of itch. Rhonda, what's going on? Rhonda's an advocate, huge advocate for Kelsey, huge advocate for Karen. Obviously, Rhonda in my chat. Thank you so much for being here, Rhonda. All right. So, yeah, those are kind of some of my thoughts. Like I said, we're kind of, and I'll say this before I really get going with the formal part of my show here. I still don't think the trial's starting on time. I'm still expecting like this thing to get pushed back to April. That's just my opinion. It may start on time, but I just don't feel like that judge is really prepared. And I didn't feel like the defense has enough discovery Mullen laws in the House. She'll be on my fundraiser tomorrow at 4:00 right here on MazzaMedia. Yeah, exactly. I'll Miss Leah, how are you today? Well, that's my thought as well. Salem's a tough ride. I'll say this. After watching yesterday, I got to tune in last night to catch up. I am not very enthusiastic about this courtroom from a physical sense. It's a much smaller courtroom. Yesterday, it was packed, and there's going to be a lot more people that want to come to trial. And I'm sitting there last night. I'm like, ugh. I go, that courtroom's a lot smaller than I want it to be. It's a lot smaller than I want it to be. Because I want to be able to go there, sit in. I don't want to have to fight to get in there, find a seat. I don't want anybody to have to fight to find a seat. So it's significantly smaller than I anticipated, but it is bigger in a sense than, whatever. So that's a great point, Tiff. That's a great concern to have, because you saw obviously what happened yesterday with the probate, and there's some effects there that are going on. So it fits 40 people. That's good, but I'm still expecting more people. Obviously, more supporters are going to want to come out for the trial. And you're also probably going to see a lot of people coming out for the other side there too. So it can get stuff pretty quick. And I know we had some people sitting in the press box too, as well. That it's going to get packed quick. So I'm just hoping that room is not the official room for trial. I just hope that was like a hearing room. And I hope that the trial's in a much larger room. That is for sure. So I'm praying for that. I just want I want a room like about the size of the Karen Reed hearing where it originally took place. And that's good to hear too. The common's huge. That's good to hear. Lots of room for supporters to be outside with nice weather. That's good to hear. Yeah. And then Lauren saying Kelsey's family and friends will be there, so not much room for supporters. Yeah, exactly. Because you're thinking more, there's going to be more people that are going to want to come to this compared to the hearings. And, it's going to be tough to, you don't want to get ahead. We don't want to get ahead of the friends and family, obviously. Probably as parents, potentially some other people that might be there, you never know. So I'm just anticipating it preliminarily here. So those are my thoughts on that OnlyFans. But I'm not expecting like a massive turnout. I'm just thinking probably 4 to 10 people maybe. So we'll see. I'm just, like I said, I'm just hoping it's going to be a bigger room, because this is going to be a draw for people looking to attend. And, if it was like the size of I wish it was like the size of if like I said, I don't know if this is the official room or not. Yeah. Yeah. That's wild to learn. There's only one bathroom in that courthouse on the first floor. Okay, that's wild to know. Yeah, that's gonna be nuts. if that's crazy. If there's only, one bathroom, yeah, it's going to be crazy. So, yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I have not been to that court. I have never been to that court. I never even heard of that court until just the other day. So, right. And that could be, there could be a lot of people there that we don't expect. It could get packed quickly. So, like I said, I hope it's in a bigger room. It would be nice if it was like a courtroom the size of what you saw you remember when the original Karen Reed trial was supposed to take place in that larger courtroom, and it had about 5 or 6 rows worth of seats on 2 sides? That's what I'm hoping for. But if it's going to be the courtroom we saw yesterday, I'm not credentialed, so I wouldn't be able to get in as credentialed. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's good to hear that there's a lot of space outside, though. That's a good thing to learn. But, yeah, that courtroom was fantastic as well. And all that. So itchy today. Itchy. Okay, I don't know why I'm itching. Okay. But, yeah, we'll see. I'm just, like I said, I'm just hoping the trial's not in the room we saw yesterday. It just was too compacted for me. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, exactly. What the pretrial for Karen Reed was great. It was amply sized, and with the trial, both times, the only time you could get into that trial is if you were invited. So I got in the trial one time the first year. I got invited. So they reached out to me and said, hey, we want to have you come on. Like, this is the day you're coming. And then you got to be here, and that's it. That's it. You got to get in, by invite. So, like I said, I'm hoping this will be big. I know that's another thing too. Exactly. That was also brought up, but I know that Melanie Little was worried about a buffer zone being implemented. I don't see a buffer zone being implemented here so far, which is good. So we will see. So, yeah. Well, that's my concern too. Small courtrooms and mass are continue to cover up. That's another concern I got too. So, that's another thing. And yes, seize the day. I like that name. It's crafty. Tall guys need more leg room. I had plenty of leg room in that small courtroom in Dedham. Like I was sitting there with my long legs. I had plenty of room for my knees. And when I wanted to stretch my legs, I could stick them under the seat in front of me. It was kind of like old church pews. So it's like wooden, and you're sitting there half the day, like rearranging yourself, like, oh, it's sore. You're kind of like that. And I remember Tom CPU walking to me. He's like, yeah, you're going to need a pillow to sit on. He goes, here's a pillow from, you got a pillow from somebody, and handed it to me. So I sat on that all day. But yeah, those benches are pretty uncomfortable to say the least. So yeah. So, trial's on its way, but like I said, I'm not sure. The trial readiness hearing is on the 12th. So we're going to see if that actually takes place that day. I'm always skeptical about the initial trial dates because I always feel like they're never going to happen that day. So I'm always concerned they're going to get pushed back. At least one time they're going to get pushed back. So we're looking at Stand by. Yeah, I got to try to be there for sure. Obviously, I'm going to try to be there. I'm working on a lot of preliminary stuff right now to be there, so I'm already kind of starting to brainstorm my approach. So here we are. So this is the official website, justiceforkelsey.com, and on this website they have the events. So if you guys ever need to check the events, you guys can go to justiceforkelsey.com and take a look at the upcoming news. And they added my show for tomorrow on the webpage, which was nice of them. I appreciate that, just to promote the fundraiser. So Sunday, March 1st. So if you ever need to know what's going on or what's upcoming or where it's located, this website has this information for you. So you can take a look at, when the trial information's happening. You can take a look at when the sorry, it's putting this, I'm just saving the web link. Thank you so much. Graham Tam 23. Thank you for all you do, including keeping me company on a 2-hour drive to see my son for his birthday. Well, Graham Tam, happy birthday to you. 2-hour drives are no joke. Have a safe trip, and hope you're doing good. And again, have a great day. And again, thank you for that. And drive safely. At least a lot of the snow is melting, at least right now, which is good. Thank you, Graham Tam. So yes, the website has upcoming information. So if you want to know what's next, it will show you here the schedule and the location. So you'll now know that you'll now know that the trial readiness is on March 12th. And then it will say trial readiness, March 12th, Friday. And then it will tell you the time, 9:30, and then it will tell you the location. So if you need to know the locations or the addresses or anything like that, it's right there for you on this website. So note that website down and visit it when you need to. But they're going to have a trial readiness hearing. My fundraiser is listed as well. Shout out to them for sharing that for the fundraiser tomorrow at 4. And then it shows the official trial date as of now, March 23rd. It's a Monday, 9 a.m. It's in Lawrence. And then it also tells you about the probate court, April 14th. This is in Salem. So there is still Salem stuff, but that's probate court. So anything that's more like, criminal or Commonwealth stuff, it's going to be in Lawrence, but the probate is still in Salem. So that's here for you. And then let me adjust my lighting just a little bit. That's there for you. And then there's a custody case coming up on May 1st. Now, there may be chances things get pushed back, but this is the website that has updates. And it looks like they're updating this pretty frequently. I noticed that my fundraiser wasn't there a day or two ago. Now it is. So just be on the lookout for them to update you as to when that is there. So, all right. Now that's good. Okay, let me do this. And okay, good. All right, stand by. All right. There we go. Perfect. Good. Okay. All right. So good. Yeah, you got that. Lauren Katie says happy birthday to your son as well. Graham Tam, happy birthday. That's interesting. Yeah. The judge twice mentioned the media at the hearing. I was concerned he may put restrictions in place. I know I'm anything's in play right now. Anything's in play. We're going to have to wait and see the trial ready. I'm really looking forward to the trial readiness hearing because I just want to see what they're going to do about the trial date. Like I said, on my own personal theories, it's not going to be on the 23rd. It could be, but I'm concerned that there's not enough. Sorry, 1 second, guys. There's not enough. What is going on here? They haven't got enough of their discovery. Dennis Sweeney's in the house. Hope you and Brenda are doing well today. We were talking standouts at the beginning of the show, Dennis. Standouts. So I'll let you know if we got a standout going. It'll be great. All right, so let's go back. It's almost 30 minutes in. We haven't even really started the show formally yet. 1 second. The official collection cup. The official evidence collection cup of Canton. All right. Yeah, exactly. Gubitosi has not given everything to Bradel, and I'm wondering if that's going to prohibit the beginning of the trial of its original date. So we will see. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk basics. Let's go back to basics to start. Then we're going to get into a lot of the documents that came out this week. We're going to play that footage of the alleged breaking and entering that took place. We're going to go through it all. Rhonda, thank you so much. She goes, stay strong. Love you, Kelsey. Love Kelsey. Rhonda, thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Rhonda's been a very dedicated supporter of Kelsey and many others, and is always hanging out in the chat. I'll leave your sticker up there for you. Yeah, exactly. You have to protect yourself when you talk on these shows. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're all saying, like alleged, exactly. But yeah, there's no evidence that shows that he was not on the deed. He is not on the deed. And yeah, Gubitosi was like, well, I'm Gubitosi. He was like that all day. Exactly. So unbelievable. All right. So let's take a look at the beginning of the story here. So this is from Gator Boy. He posted this on February 22nd. I've been looking to share this information for a bit on this channel and talk about it. Oh, excellent. There we go. So here's some news, folks. If you want to do some news, stand up for Kelsey. Stand out for Kelsey tomorrow, 10 a.m., Legacy Place. The sidewalk is shoveled and Kelsey's signs are welcome. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have air quotes. I am Gubatosi and I have air quotes. I have air quotes. I have air quotes because I'm Gubatosi. I am Gubatosi. Air quotes, Your Honor. Air quotes. Air quotes. Okay. I had a lot of humor today. I'm really like in one of my hilarious moods, so it's going to be a lot of comedy today. I woke up in a really good mood today. I was exhausted last night, doing everything I could catch up, exhausted. Air quotes. What was that? Space Pants. I remember that skit, Space Pants, on SNL. They're like, Space Pants. Space Pants. It's like air quotes. We have air quotes. Air quotes. I'm Gubatosi. But yeah, I'm in a good mood today, but I'm shining bright in terms of my personality and sense of humor. A little bit more comedy today from Maz than you're used to. More comedy. I'm Gubatosi. All right, there we go. We're making fun of the prosecutor. All right. We make fun of prosecutors on this show. We make fun of every Hank, every Lally, every lunchbox, all that good stuff. But yes, if you guys want to do Kelsey stand out tomorrow, 10 o'clock in Dedham, Legacy Place, the Sweeneys will be there. Many good people will be there. They always have a lot of matters that they're tending to that they want to cover. And exactly. So absolutely. So. All right, here we go. So let's go with the story here. So Kelsey Fitzsimmons' story still remains one of the saddest cases out there. As of February 22nd, this case today marks 237 days since Kelsey Fitzsimmons last held or saw her baby. All because, and this is from Gator Boy, all because of a one-sided ex parte order filed by a father claiming fear. To refresh everyone's memory, here's a timeline of what happened from June 29th leading up to the incident and exactly why everybody should stand with Kelsey and join the Kelsey Fitzsimmons Facebook group. I'll drop the link in the chat now. All right. And there's the link right there in the chat. If you guys want to join the Facebook group, please do. All right, so we'll continue reading here. So exactly. So here's the timeline of what happened. So June 29th, 2025, after a series of text messages throughout the day, Justin showed up at Kelsey's home while she was there with their baby. Following a disagreement from the weekend at a bachelorette party, he decided he wanted to pick up some guns and personal belongings. He came into the home, gathered what he wanted, and left without incident. He did not attempt to take the baby. There was no emergency, no police escort, and no confrontation. He left calmly because in that moment, he knew the baby was not in danger. So this is Gator Boy's right up here. All right, so now we move on a day later, June 30th. He went to court and sought, one sec. Okay, I'm good. He went to court and sought an emergency abuse prevention order, claiming he was in fear for his life and the baby's safety. The order was granted, giving him sole custody of the minor child and ordering Kelsey to have no contact with either him or her baby. Conveniently, he left out that he had contacted Kelsey earlier that same day, asking her to go for a walk in the park, and that just the day before, he had gone to her home without hesitation to pick up guns and personal belongings. Now, let me get a background here. This was, so Gator Boy wrote this, and then he said, to refresh everybody's memory, here's a timeline of what happened. Okay, so he summarized this and then put this together. Okay, let's double check it now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, B. Crumbs advises that Kelsey is $98 away from Kelsey's fund hitting $82,000. So if anybody has the ability to make a donation, I'll leave that up on the screen for a few minutes. Thank you, B. Crumbs, for bringing this to my attention. All right. So he went to the home, picked up some guns, personal belongings, etc. on June 30th. All right. So that summary there was his claim per the court documents. This is what he did. Boom, 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 blah, blah, blah. All right. June 30th, what actually occurred that same day. Kelsey attended her annual CPR training at the North Andover Police Department. She had her baby with her. Coworkers interacted with the baby, and everything was normal. Now, I want to remind you guys, for those that may or may not need a refresher. Excellent. Well, Cooper, coordinate. We're looking to coordinate something for the weekend before trial too. Maybe Saturday the 21st or the 22nd. Sunday might be the best day to do it because people are more busy on Saturdays typically. So, yeah, we're going to look to do something here for sure. If you have any, if you're in the Facebook group, you want to start putting that stuff out there for the Facebook group. My recommendation Sunday the 22nd. If you want to start, coordinating that, please do. I think we want to start a conversation about this for sure. I'm going to be working on that this week myself. But if you have any ideas, please coordinate with whomever you're in contact with. The Facebook group would be a great way to go through it. Put your ideas out there. If you have ideas for locations, dates, times, whichever, even if you want to do one earlier than the 22nd, please do. Just we recommend everybody that has an idea like that to please go forth with your ideas and put them together. And we don't have to have just one on the 22nd either, which is, the idea I have in my head. So if you have anything else, Maria says the 22nd Sunday is the best. So I'm thinking Sunday is the better day. It's going to be the better day. Sarah B. Creative's in the house. Love Sarah B. Creative. Is that a sword? That's awesome if it is. Awesome. You look like the bride from Kill Bill, Sarah, in that photo. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies, actually, of the Quentin Tarantino movies. Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. A little gory, but fun nonetheless. All right, yeah. So yeah, Cooper, if you have any ideas, let us know. Let the Facebook group know. That's where a lot of people are really centralized on a daily basis, and I think that will bring a great conversation. And I'll be reaching out to some people too this week to just throw my ideas up. But I'm going to be proposing. Oh, that's awesome, Sarah. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's really awesome. I'm into martial arts and all that, so you know how I like to talk about it. Yeah. But hey, you can always do one in your location. We used to have a national standout. So if you want to do that national standout, you can take a photo of yourself in your town or wherever and, raise awareness there, because if more people in your area find out about it and hear the story, they may donate. That may help Kelsey. So seize the day. There's no limitations. We hope you can do one in your area. Absolutely. Cooper says, I just joined. Thank you, MazzaMedia, for just staying true to what really matters. We love you and your true fight for all and against corruption. Thank you. I was planning on reaching out to Erica. Perfect. Yep. Reach out to Erica, see what you guys can do and start getting some coordination. I think it all begins with people with ideas and communication, and people like yourself are helping to do that, Cooper. So thank you so much. And thank you to everybody. Let's see. I know they had one at the North Andover Police Station a while back there. Yes. Allison's good too. Allison's a great supporter. Allison was behind the Allison, I'm going blank. I'm so sorry. Allison, you did something. Why am I going blank? You did the just put it in the chat because I'm going blank today, Allison. I completely apologize. But 3 weeks ago, you did something awesome for Kelsey, and it was successful. And I just wanted to tell you were awesome, even though I forgot what the popcorn. Yeah, jeez. Exactly. Yes. Allison and me were talking about the popcorn store a couple weeks ago. Allison got the popcorn store going and got that done for Kelsey. 50% of that went back to the thing. I'm Goober Kelsey, and I have air quotes. Air quotes. Okay. Yeah, Allison did the pop and popcorn store, which is great. And that's what's so great. You have people with ideas. When people push to get things done, people like Allison, Cooper, yourself, other people that have great ideas are getting things done for Kelsey. So you're welcome. No, anytime. I remember we talked about it and all that. And, we made sure you had the right, the correct store, because we had the issue with the other one there. So that was good. It's coming. I know you guys were there yesterday, so it's coming later today. All right, so we'll finish the story here. All right, so another drink of water. Sorry, quick time out to drink from the official evidence collection cup. All right. Kelsey attended her annual CPR training at the North Andover Police Department. She had her baby with her, and her coworkers interacted with the baby. Now, mind you, the same coworkers that went to her home to serve the RO. Everything was normal that day. She was even walked out to her car afterwards. There were no signs of danger, no emergency, and no intervention. That same day, Justin contacted Kelsey and asked her to meet for a walk at North Andover Commons to talk about their relationship, their future, and what was best for their child. She agreed. She showed up. He never did. Instead, while she was waiting for him, he was at the courthouse filing the emergency order behind her back. After waiting and realizing he wasn't coming, she returned home to feed her baby. So let's just run this through. This is Gator Boy's post. June 30th, she's at the North Andover Police Department. She's getting training. She had her baby with her. Her coworkers were present. Everything was normal. Then she's told to meet at the park. She goes there. He never shows up. Now she returns home. While she was feeding her baby, Officer Sean Daly, Officer Patrick Noonan, Officer Timothy Houston of the North Andover Police Department arrived at her home. She answered the door. All right. She was told she had to hand over her baby. She began gathering the baby's belongings and preparing while officers escorted her upstairs. Around the same time, Justin arrived at the home and her mother arrived separately. Okay. Kelsey specifically asked the officers to keep Justin away from her during one of the most traumatic moments of her life. Yet, he was still allowed inside the home while her baby was being taken away from her. $48 away from $82,000. I'm not sure if we hit it yet. I'm out of the chat right now. I'm not paying attention to the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm reading this page. Apologize. I'll check later. B Crumbs, if you have more updates, thank you. And B Crumbs, thank you for pushing the fundraising today as well. Even though this is not official fundraiser, but we can always raise funds all the time. Kelsey specifically asked the officers to keep Justin away from her during one of the most traumatic moments of her life. Yet he was still allowed inside the home while her baby was being taken away from her. Why he was allowed to be present during something that was emotional and devastating is beyond me. Officer Houston then left the upstairs area and went towards the basement to deal with Justin and keep him far, far away. From that point forward, the accounts of what happened begin to differ significantly. Officer Sean Daly's account. Daly stated he remained downstairs with Kelsey's mother, Justin, and Houston, and Officer Houston. All right, so they were downstairs. So it was Sean Daly, Kelsey's mother, Justin, Officer Houston. The fact that Kelsey's mom was downstairs is just that's just I feel so bad for her given what happens. He reported hearing Officer Noonan yell. Now again, Daly reports hearing Officer Noonan yell, "Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it," right? Immediately followed by 2 gunshots. Of course, as we know, one hits, one misses. This aligns with someone in crisis rather than a homicidal person, right? Don't do it. Don't jump. If someone's going to jump and end their life, you're probably going to yell, "Don't do it. Don't jump." So there's another, it looks like we're closing in here. We're $23 away from helping Kelsey get the $82,000. Great work. I don't know. So basically, like he says here, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. It sounds like that to me is good favor for Kelsey in terms of her argument that she turned the gun on her firearm on herself. Okay. Now, Justin's account. In probate court filings, Justin stated that he was in the garage at the time, right? So Daly states that he remained downstairs with Kelsey, Justin, and Officer Houston. However, Justin's account says, per the court filings, probate court filings, Justin stated he was in the garage at the time, heard yelling, followed by 2 gunshots, ran outside through the garage in fear, and ultimately fled the scene. Keep in mind, he is a trained firefighter EMT, so Gator Boy makes an emphasis on that, right? Why would someone that's a trained firefighter or EMT flee a scene when there's an emergency matter going on, right? Yet, instead of rendering aid once the scene was secure, his coworkers from the North Andover Fire Department had to respond and provide assistance to his ex-fiancée who was suffering from a gunshot wound. So this is Justin's own account, according to the probate court filings that Gator Boy has gathered here. So he was in the garage. He's a trained firefighter and EMT. He left the scene, is what we're hearing here. And then North Andover Fire Department members had to respond and provide assistance to his ex-fiancée who was suffering from a gunshot wound that could have been potentially at that point fatal. However, the garage door is one floor below where Lieutenant Daly stated he was positioned on the first floor with Kelsey's mother and Officer Houston. Okay, so that makes sense. Downstairs is referring to the first floor. Okay. Then Justin said he was in the garage. Okay, so the first floor and downstairs being the same thing. I got a little conflicted there. I just want to make sure I was reading this properly. Okay. So Daly's on the first floor with the mother, Justin, and the officer. Justin stated he ran through the garage and left. That he was in the garage and left. Okay. However, Gator Boy says the garage is one floor below where Lieutenant Daly stated he was positioned on the first floor with Kelsey's mother and Officer Houston. So basically, it's like a basement. You go down, there's the garage. Okay. Daly's account places Justin inside the home with them, not alone in the garage, which directly conflicts with Justin's version of events. Now we're going to go to Officer Houston's account. Officer Houston stated he went toward the basement to tell Justin to stay down there when he heard someone yell Kelsey, immediately followed by 2 gunshots. He then ran upstairs, to the second floor, saw Kelsey on the ground, and asked Officer Noonan what had happened. Noonan claimed that Kelsey had pointed a firearm at him, and he pulled the trigger. So Houston says again, he went toward the basement to tell Justin to stay down there. So Daly is saying that Justin is on the first floor. Justin is saying he's downstairs, which where the garage should be located. And Houston's saying he went toward the basement to tell Justin to stay down there. So we're getting some confliction here. But Houston and Justin's accounts line up more. All right. Officer Noonan's account. Officer Noonan stated that Kelsey was upstairs packing clothing and books for her infant when he observed her kneeling on the ground folding laundry. He claimed he was standing in the doorway when he saw her lunge towards an area behind the door, although there was no door in the room. There's a photo posted below as well. Take a look for that. He stated she then reappeared pointing a firearm at him and pulled the trigger, but no round was fired. I find it hard to believe that an officer who is trained in firearms would have not got a shot off if they so intended to fire a shot. Checking the chat here. Catching up. Okay. Continuing. So she reemerged, pointing a firearm at him, and pulled the trigger, but no round was fired. Noonan said Kelsey began to stand up while he pulled his firearm from its holster. He claimed she then started racking the firearm to chamber around. Now, here's the thing that I'm contending here, is that he observed her kneeling on the ground folding laundry. Typically, a kneeling position would be a smaller target. Then he says she stands up, which would make her a bigger target. So I don't know. I'm conflicted on that story. So he said Kelsey began to stand up while he pulled his firearm from its holster. He claimed she then started racking the firearm to chamber the round. That's basically where you're just fixing it. You're cycling it to you're basically, just to give a description, you're basically trying to get the slide to clear the bullet. If it jammed, you're trying to clear the jam. So you're kind of going like that. So all that. So that's what's going on here. All right. So he claims, okay, so according to him, he gave lawful commands such as drop the gun, don't do it. Okay, so he says, Kelsey, the report from downstairs was he said, Kelsey, don't do it. He says, drop the gun, don't do it in his account. Commands that nobody else in the house reported hearing. Well, let me see here. There was reports of Kelsey, don't do it by Sean Daly. But then the specific drop the gun, don't do it was not a command specifically that nobody in the house reported hearing. But they did hear don't do it, or Kelsey, don't do it. All right, Noonan stated he believed Kelsey was trying to kill him. He fired his weapon once, missing her and striking the AC unit, and then fired again, hitting her in the chest. Okay, I got to get this to Britt Happens. 1 second. Me and Britt Happens have been talking about this. I got a message on this. 1 second. Stand by. This is something me and Britt Happens talk about a lot, so I want to make sure she has this info. All right, there she goes. Okay, good. All right, I just wanted to get that over to Britt so she has that information because she brings it up, and I want to have her have that information. All right, good. All right, so Britt has that now. Good. All right, so there we go. So that me and Britt have been talking about this a lot, and we were always wondering. We were trying to think about it. So he fired once, missing her and striking the AC unit, then fired again, hitting her in the chest. Okay. Me and Britt saw it differently. Britt has always said she thought, we both theorized, she thought it hit the first one, and he hit the first one, then missed the second one. And then I was skeptical that maybe he rushed, missed, then recorrected and connected. So we were both looking at it from different ways. But it can go either way. That's the situation here. So you can either, there's two arguments. The argument that your best shot always hits first, but then there's the argument that you could rush your shot, miss, then hit on your second one. So me and her have been pondering like which one of those theories played out. So I originally had my own theory, then I dropped it. So because I just didn't know. But Britt had a good theory too, and a great argument. So now we know. So I want to make sure she knows that. So that's good. Britt's going to be on the show tomorrow. I'm looking forward to having her with us because she's really awesome. Love Britt Happens. So there we go. Now we know. Okay, so Noonan stated he believed Kelsey was trying to kill him. He fired his weapon once, missing her and striking the AC. Okay. Then fired again, hitting her in the chest. Afterward, the police officers, not EMTs, the fire department, rendered aid, and Kelsey was airlifted to Boston, where she spent 53 days in the hospital recovering. Okay, there we go. All right, so that gets, I know, is they go to rushed or something? Yeah. Absolutely. It's crazy. It's totally crazy. 1 sec. I want to point something out to you guys. I've been going back and forth with myself about whether I wanted to share this information, but I want you guys to see this for yourselves. I just got to remember what her address was again at the time. I think it was 125 Phillipsbrook Road. All right, let me go to Google Earth. I want you guys to see this for yourselves. All right, I think it was 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Stand by. Stand by, stand by. Okay. Oh, save. Perfect. 125 Phillipsbrook Road. So I was getting curious yesterday or the day before. I think it was 2 days ago. I was getting curious about, I'm not sure if I'm frozen. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in a sec. I was getting curious about how the roadway looked when he was going through the front door. So I decided to conduct a Google search, a Google Earth search of the house. I wanted to see the house. So I'm going to share this here for you. Let me do this. Okay, good. All right, so this is Google Earth of the house. Okay, so when I went down to Street View, if you look at these, this is the house right here at the top. right here. Where he breaks in the door, it's right here. That just you follow the grass line from the roadway, that's the door that he goes through right there. Now look at this. If you look at this house, there's some window. There's really like nobody's ever going to think anything of it. You know, this house is up the street, so it's not like, you know, it's a close-knit neighborhood. Maybe here it is, right there, but nobody's really going to think anything of it. You know, because there's always like neighbors that are looking out for their neighbors and everything, so nobody's going to think anything of it. So I want to really alert you guys to something that I don't think I've heard anybody talk about yet, but I'm gonna break this down for you guys right now. All right, just follow me. I'm gonna share some stuff with you guys that I don't think has been discussed, and we're gonna talk about it right now. All right. Here's the thing about bullets. All right, bullets. When we read this story here, Noonan's account says what? He fired his weapon once, missing her and striking the AC unit, then fired again, hitting her in the chest. Okay? So what if that first bullet went through a window and then started traveling out into the public somewhere? All right? Now, I'm going to set the scene for you guys because what I'm going to do in a couple minutes is I'm going to drop something crazy that you're not going to believe. All right? So, let's just say that bullet doesn't hit the AC. Let's say it goes through the glass, goes whizzing outside the home, and goes shooting into another home or another area or moving vehicle or whatever. I know they're up on the second floor still, but still. You don't know where that trajectory is going to go. So shootouts are there's a lot of times, there's a lot of incidences where there's a shootout in a home and a bullet whizzes out of a home and hits a home next door. All right, this has happened before. It's possible. It depends, but it can happen with a handgun, okay? So even though it didn't happen here, thank God, and thank God Kelsey was not killed, this situation, if that bullet doesn't hit that AC, keep in mind, that AC is in that window. So if that bullet is higher by about, I don't know, arced up just about an inch or two, that bullet's going whizzing out a window and who knows where it's going. So let me set the scene for you guys. I've been arguing for a long time that this police department caused this shootout to happen because they didn't secure Kelsey's firearm first, right? They endangered themselves. They endangered Kelsey. They let Kelsey's mom in the house. They even let Justin in the house. What if Kelsey, let's just say, for example, devil's advocate, let's just say Kelsey was just not having it. And she said, she manages to, let's just say Noonan's account's correct. Okay, and Noonan's account's correct. But in this situation, the gun doesn't jam, according to Noonan's account. She actually takes him down. What's next? Does she go downstairs? Does she get in a shootout with cops? Does she, that's the problem, is that this situation's not controlled. And because it's not controlled, anything can happen. Now, two things. Again, thank God it hit the stray bullet hit the AC, that it didn't go out the window and do anything else, okay? And hit another home or another location. And I have a huge thing for you guys, okay? I have something huge for you guys that's going to make you guys react in shock when I drop this on you in a couple minutes, because it hasn't been talked about, and I found this out 2 days ago, and you got, this is something through my own personal research that I realized. I know I'm overhyping it, but I'm excited, okay? So one more time. I want you guys to imagine a scenario in which Noonan's first shot misses. It goes through a window, and it goes to the next location and hits another building, potentially going through that window and whatever. And ladies and gentlemen, it was just dropped in the chat. Let's zoom out. What is right here? This is the home. There's an elevator right there. right here. Here's the house. There's Kelsey's house. Potentially, if it was shot in that direction, it depends. But it could have if it got worse. Even if Noonan shot in another direction, it could have gone someplace else. There's an elementary school right here. And this elementary school, it has windows too. So this is not only just an in-home shooting that took place in any given neighborhood. It took place inside of a school zone near an elementary school right there. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Police department had messed up real bad before. Can you imagine a horrific, even more horrific scenario in which a bullet, this is the negligence here by this police department. This is the negligence of a police department. They should have secured the firearms. See, I'm always thinking, oh, they should have secured the firearms to protect everybody in the house. It wasn't until I looked at this map that I realized that there's a school right across the street. And this situation could have not only escalated into a shootout, which, I mean, it was a shootout essentially, inside the house, but if that bullet doesn't hit the AC, what if that bullet goes out a window somewhere, goes through a wall somewhere, even though these windows are arced in different directions? But what if it happened to pierce a wall? What if the texture of that wall wasn't thick enough to quell that bullet? And, you know, this is, I mean, what this, and again, even if those bullets don't go whizzing out, what happens in a situation where if Kelsey had been, you know, now actively involved in a shootout, and this thing goes outside now, and now there's bullets being fired outside the home in an extreme example. Do you guys now see how negligent? I mean, we already knew this, but you now see how even crazier this school location being right here makes this situation? It's a school zone. It's a school zone. Look at this. Look at this. I'm not sure if it's an elementary school here. It doesn't matter if it's a middle school, a high school, or whatever. But this is, you have to control your situation, ladies and gentlemen. And not only did these officers not control that home, but if this situation had become extravagantly worse and bullets, more than 2 shots were fired, bullets were whizzing everywhere, you now run the risk of an elementary school right across the street being hit. And you cannot have that happen. And this would have been, I mean, this is already a horrific situation with a baby on the first floor. But now you take into account the information we've just, it looks like Law Girl's not attorney, already knew this, but you take into account this. Actually, you know what? I'm so sorry. Oh, I just bombed so bad. It was summertime. Oh, epic fail live on live camera. But someone made a good point. Oh my goodness, that failed badly. Mazza fails live on camera. Mazza forgets that it was summertime. That's right. Oh my God, that's a blunder. But I will say this. What if it wasn't summertime? What if it wasn't summertime? What if kids were out there? You know, what if whatever? Yeah, exactly. Summer school activities. Someone says it was 6 o'clock. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking, but I don't know. These are just, I think ultimately, even if I'm wrong logistically, it's a bad look that there's a school zone there. 6 o'clock, there's basketball, there's other things, there's kids on the playground. Exactly. So yeah, I'm going to redeem myself with air quotes right now. Yeah, I hadn't thought that all through, but there's always kids. There's summer school. There's kids on the playground. There's kids that are playing basketball there. So this is right. There's enough, even though I was wrong, there's enough redeeming information there. That's good, because there are kids that play on school property, like right here. Like if you go, am I still sharing? Okay, so there's enough to redeem here. Right, there's still people. Okay, good. So there's enough redemption for me, even though I was short-sighted. That's good news. Okay, so here we go. There's still a playground right here. right behind the school. And those bullets can travel. You're playing right on this playground. So, and those kids usually, my mom used to take us to the school property. There's a basketball court right here. There could be younger kids. There's a little American hopscotch thing. There's all kinds of kids games that can play here. Agreement still stand on set 6 o'clock at night, fine, but there could still be kids playing here. So there we go. We got redemption for me. Mazza has been redeemed, which it goes. Right. And someone goes, it's summertime. You still have summer school and summer camps practice for athletes. Yeah, but if it's 6 o'clock, so that means, it could be summer leagues, tons of meetings at school. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I might have been logistically wrong about school being in session. I forget to think about it being June 30th, but I still think, like people are saying here, and I thank the chat for helping me out, is that there's still a sufficient argument made for this playground here. Exactly. So there you go. So that there could still have potentially been kids located there at night. Maybe, maybe not. If you go from the back of the house and you go over, that lines up with the basketball court. Now it just depends but this is, again, zone. The thing is, you have a church, right? I mean, you have homes anyways, but you have a church. These are high capacity locations. Sometimes churches have activities. Again, I don't know. But again, look at all the houses in the area. Look at all this. Look at all that. I mean, if a bullet goes whizzing, again, it hit the AC, but still, look at it all. It's insane. It's insane. There's so much that could have gone wrong. And again, it gets back to the police protecting the scene from the get-go. So those are my thoughts on that. I haven't thought it fully through, but I want to thank the chat for kind of keeping me in full perspective here. I'm not always right about everything. I don't claim to be. And a lot of times I'm just theorizing right on the show and quantifying that information. But I think still, like you guys also said, Lord Girl's Not Attorney says, no way, Mazza. There were definitely kids there. They're there all year round. So there we go. So there's more than a sufficient enough argument to say, this, again, even if it's near somebody's home, kids could live in other homes, obviously. It doesn't matter. But ultimately, the potential for a bullet going whizzing out of a house and hitting another location. You still have schools, you still have churches, all that stuff. Mazza, that school is busy enough, even if end of June. Good point. Yeah. So I mean, it's all because they can't acquire the weapons first. We know there's firearms. Where are they? Let's secure that. And then Amanda says janitors are working there during summers as well. And then you got Kelsey, who was shot, shot, nearly killed there, nearly died because of this. And it just brings it past, because I'm always looking at it from the perspective of internally and what happened in that house and how horrific that was. But then you look at the expansiveness of it, and it's like, my God, this could have been involving many other people, which is unacceptable. And that goes back to my attitude towards that police department and them not properly securing the scene first, and that's what the point is here. Regardless of the fact, law enforcement handled this poorly 100%. Exactly. And they've endangered the community. They endangered Kelsey. They endangered themselves. They endangered everybody. And it doesn't matter what went down in that house. What went down should have been avoidable. And that's where the North Andover Police Department has failed again, on top of all of our arguments here. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. All that matters is that I get there. So, that's all that matters. I'm not, like I said, these are thoughts I had. I found out right in the middle of this show. But that's what's good about conversation, though, because when you have thoughts and ideas and you have people there to throw other perspectives and fact check you and all that stuff, you can then re-centralize your thoughts. And then we all have a conversation together where we say, oh, wait a second, Mazza, you might have been wrong here, but here are some of the things that might actually fit into your argument. So this is why, I think this is why these conversations are good. So again, I don't want to ever be arrogant in the sense like, I know everything or my theory is correct. I'm always open to the conversational piece because I'm actually glad I brought this to everybody's attention. People were able to, you know, like I said, correct me, offer alternative theories. That's what we do as a movement. It's about picking each other up and correcting each other. Because again, just because I'm on a show doesn't mean I'm right about everything. I'm just right about Kelsey needing to be freed, right? That's what matters the most. But, you know, like I said, this is public endangerment and it's a real sad thing. So those are some of my thoughts on that yard. So there we go. Right. But this goes beyond the scope of all the craziness that happened inside the home. All right. Now, Noonan stated he believed Kelsey was trying to kill him. He fired once, missing her and striking the AC, then fired again, hitting her in the chest. Afterward, the officers rendered aid, and Kelsey was airlifted to Boston, where she spent 53 days in the hospital recovering. Now we get to Kelsey's account. Kelsey has consistently maintained that in that moment, after having her baby taken, her life turned upside down, and everything she knew ripped away in minutes. She reached a breaking point and attempted to harm herself. She has never changed her account. The entire chain of events unfolded within hours. One day, she was a mother caring for her child. The next, her baby was gone, and she was fighting for her life. And to this day, her baby is still gone. Physically, she has recovered from the fight for her life physically, but she is still fighting for her life and getting things back to herself. She was originally charged with armed assault to murder and 2 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon, but even a grand jury, which normally indicts a ham sandwich, saw through Officer Noonan's story and the nonsense the Essex County District Attorney Paul Tucker was pushing. In the end, they could only stick her with a single charge of assault with a dangerous weapon, showing just how flimsy the rest of the case really was. I think that's a big point. That's a big point. And people saying here she still has bullet fragments in her, which is sad to see. Someone says, my son plays school at night in the summer at schools. All right. Now, thank you for that comment. Today, 237 days later, she still hasn't held or seen her son, even though she has overcome postpartum depression and has been cleared by some of the best doctors in Massachusetts. She was previously jailed for 103 days simply for being a young mother in pain with a doctor's note, all because she couldn't blow into a scram device. The case had nothing to do with alcohol. No mother should ever have her entire world ripped away in a matter of hours without ever being fully heard. There was no CPS investigation, no police investigation, absolutely nothing. Just Justin twisting words to fit his disgusting narrative. He says, shame on you, boom, 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 and offers his personal opinion there. Okay, so those are my thoughts on that. That's something I wanted to read. And I also noticed, again, the school zone right near the home, which I found concerning. But yeah, that's right. It was June 30th. So that's okay. That's okay. We found some relevance out of that anyways, which is good. So we're good with that. That's okay. This will be clipped and posted online. MazzaMedia Blender live on air. I'll be like, yeah, well, you know what? Learning is learning. Researching is researching. All right, there we go. Now we're going to move on to, wait for it, Kelsey Fitzsimmons' motion for disclosure. Let me make sure I'm ready to go here. Stand by. Do I have it? Do I have it? Do I have it? Let's see. Yeah, I got that. 1 second here, folks. Yes, I have. Okay, perfect. Get that shared. For some reason, that is not sharing. 1 second. It's not allowing me to share it because it's, let's do this. Let's open this with, nope, wrong one. I had all my files pre-opened, but it's opening in another browser. So it's because I'm working in another browser, it's not allowing me to share it. So all right, let's leave this browser. Let's close that up. Let's go here. And let's open this up. Stand by, folks. this up in just a few moments here. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, it looks like we hit the $82,000. That's good news. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's get this open now. All right, here we go. Open this. And what's going on here? Open with. Stand by, folks. Sorry for the delay here. Just getting things swapped around. I had this all set up in another browser and didn't realize it wasn't going to share off of StreamYard, which is too bad. Okay. Let's get it there and open away. There we go. Bingo. All right, loading up now. There we go. Kelsey fundraiser will be tomorrow at 4 p.m. Mullen Law will be there. Brett Happens will be there. Lauren CSI will be there. The Glare will be there. I got some invites extended out to some other good folks as well. Just waiting on final confirmations for them. We'll see who we can get on the show tomorrow. It'll be a good one. Looking to get over 1,200 tomorrow to hit my $25,000 goal and 12 fundraisers. Looking forward to that. And we almost get that motion loaded up. Here we go. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. There we go. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, there we go. All right, now we're in business. All right, let's zoom in a little bit on this now. Zoom in. Perfect. Let's see how it looks for you guys. Let's move myself down here. Perfect. All right, now we're in business. Thank you so much, Ernie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. There we go. All right, we got this set up. All right, here we go. All right, this is the defendant's motion for disclosure of promises, rewards, and inducements that came out this past week. So we're going to read through this today and talk about this. We're also going to play some video of what happened and get talking about that too. So let's get that set up. All right, so now comes the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, by and through undersigned counsel, and respectfully moves that the court order the Commonwealth to comply fully with Mass Crime P14 as amended and inquire throughout the prosecution team to secure disclosure of any and all promises, rewards, inducements, understandings, agreements, or benefits, formal or informal, made to or received by Justin, Officer Patrick McCarthy Noonan, and any other Commonwealth witness or potential witness in connection with the case. The defense requests specific written disclosure and written notice of its compliance efforts. The motion is grounded in the constitutional discovery guarantees enshrined in Brady versus Maryland, Kyles versus Whitley, I'll skip all this, and all applicable Commonwealth and federal constitutional statutory guarantees. The Commonwealth's obligation extends not merely to formal immunity agreements, but to any promises of non-prosecution, unilateral forbearance from prosecution, offers of favorable treatment, or request for such treatment that could reasonably affect the witness's credibility, bias, or motive to testify. A jury is entitled to know whether a witness avoided prosecution, received employment protection, financial benefit, or any favorable treatment in circumstances where criminal or disciplinary exposure existed. Here, the Commonwealth claims no such inducements exist, but the circumstances and the weight of the evidence strongly points otherwise. The Commonwealth's blind eye is a purposeful, brazen, tactical maneuver designed to avoid the total implosion of its case against Ms. Fitzsimmons, the true victim here. The court should enter orders to ensure that full disclosure is made. The defense makes a specific request for discovery as to each of these referenced witnesses. All right, so we're moving along here. Well, I mean, there's arguments to be made, right? There's arguments to be made now that maybe a lot of people should be, suspended at least for now. Non-prosecution despite overwhelming evidence of criminal activity. So it continues here. On July 3rd, 2025, while Ms. Fitzsimmons was hospitalized at Mass General, fighting for her life after being shot in the chest, at that time, as set forth on video surveillance, Justin forcibly broke into her residence at 125 Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover with 3 other accomplices. See video exhibit 1. All right, wait for that. Stand by. Stand by, stand by. We are standing by, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is a nice write-up here, this little video. All right, we'll get this on the screen in moments. We're going to Exhibit 1. I kept saying to myself, I can't find Exhibit 1. Then I realized, oh, yeah, that's right. It's the video. All right, almost there. Almost there. Here we are. Got it. Perfect. Well, this is the video. The press is calling this the alleged break-in. Now, the deed says that he's not arrested. So the argument now is being made that he broke in, right? That's the argument. Because again, if you're not listed, then I guess you're not really there. So this is the footage here of him going in, and then they go downstairs and they start to one second, I was checking something, making sure this is coming through. Okay, good, we're here. Okay. So they go down into the basement. Again, not a resident per the deed, had moved out days before. Prosecutor claimed that he had called the North Andover Police Department, but here he is going in with his friends. One believed to be his brother. The other two, I believe one was a firefighter, and the one might have been a firefighter or a cop from another location, another town. Younger guys here. And here they are waltzing around inside. Security camera picking it up. So again, you see him here, right there, shoulder thrust. Right into the, right in towards the door area where the lock is, obviously, where the handle is. Bust the door right open. You see glasses go flying off. This is all over the news. Local media was pulling this up too. Local media, NBC 10 Boston aired this. Channel 5, Channel 4, I believe, too, started playing this. These are serious allegations by Kelsey. I mean, again, if he doesn't live there, there's a reason why the father changed the locks, changed the security system. I mean, he walked up to the house figuring, I got the key, I can open the door, go right in. But obviously the locks were changed. Busts right open, walks right in. And we're going to talk about exactly what happened inside the house per the Tim Bradel letter as well. But here's that footage one more time. All right, I'll stop sharing that. Okay. All right, so we continue forward here. Yeah, it's just, the visual of that, and this is what I think Mark Betterow was talking about yesterday, was the visual of that is extremely favorable to Kelsey when that gets talked about in court. The prosecution can decide to, whatever they want to argue. Well, we didn't pick up charges, we won't, or whatever. But the visual of that, when the defense is trying to make an argument, they're going to say, hey, look, he doesn't live there. He broke into the house. Here's the footage. This is all stuff that's going to be a part of the trial, which is good for the defense, this is the kind of stuff you want to have played and the kind of stuff you want visible here. So let's do this. Okay. All righty then. Continuing along, folks. So when she was hospitalized, he forcibly entered the home, broke in, right? Justin had 4 days prior obtained a fraudulent ex parte family court restraining order from an affidavit full of lies about Miss Fitzsimmons stealing full custody of their 4-month-old child and receiving an order that she should stay away from him and the baby. In the affidavit, he swore that he lived with his parents in Stowe, Mass. So that's the grounds for the argument that Kelsey's defense team is using. And Big Girl, what's going on, man? Hope you've been good. That's the argument they're using. And it's a strong argument because, again, if there's anything that's sworn that he claims he lives someplace else, the defense can then turn around and say, in the affidavit, he swore that he lived with his parents in Stowe, right? So if he's not deeded, but then you have him swearing that he lives in Stowe, then that does not make him a resident of 125 Philip Brooks Road in North Andover. So that's, again, this would then be what people would say is breaking and entering. Because, I mean, if you do not live there, I mean, you cannot, nobody here can leave their house right now, go over to their neighbor's house when they're not home, blast the door open with your shoulder, walk in, steal a bunch of things, you know, take some whatever out of the house, destroy some things, whatever, and that not be considered breaking and entering. I remember a friend of mine, her son, their home got broken into, and their Xbox was stolen. And that would be considered breaking and entering. Someone that did not live there broke into the house and stole or took things. I mean, that's just how the law works. If you don't live there, it's breaking and entering. And an argument can be made, well, he lived there up until a certain point. I get it. You know, that might be one of the counter arguments, but he's not, like Malone Law is saying, a lawyer. He's not an owner, never on the deed ever. He had already moved out his stuff the day before she was shot. And this is now 4 days later. I know. I mean, if Steve Fitzsimmons didn't have security footage, I mean, my goodness. And I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be any more complicated than that, Lauren. Exactly. So, again, it's right there. This is what Bradle's saying. You know, he swore that he lived with his parents in Stowe, Mass. Given the order in his favor against Kelsey, his adversary, well, that's another great point, too. He had already had an RO out on her. You know, he had already moved out. So his adversarial position in litigation against her in her sole ownership and residence in the premises, he had no residential or possessory rights whatsoever regarding Kelsey's secure locked property. He had no business going there and no legal right to enter. And I want to say this. I don't care. I mean, I don't care if the North Andover Police Department said, yeah, sure, man, go right. Yeah, just go in there. Hey, if you could go in the house about 3 doors down, bro, and like, you know, like, bro, just like, dude, like go right down. If you could go to the other house, there's a lady that lives there and she has like awesome oatmeal raisin and chocolate chip cookies. I know she's down the Cape right now, bro, but if you could like break right into her house and take those cookies and bring them right here, that would be awesome, bro. You know, like, like you just can't break into a home you do not live in. Okay? You know, like, I mean, he can't be calling up them and saying, like, yeah, man. Yeah, like, dude, if you could break into 3 or more other houses, you know, steal some PlayStations, bro, steal some TVs. There's a house down the street with like a 70-inch television, bro. If you could break in that house and like bring that down here, can you imagine like going down to the police station and you see like a 72-inch television and there's like where did you guys get all this at this police station? Anyways, oh, you know how we do things here in town, bro? We just break into houses and steal things all day, dude. I mean, come on. That's I had to bring out my California Surfer character for this because I just needed to do the California Surfer character that I have, bruh. And like you can go out to like Gloucester, bro. I mean, I don't know, but it's just like it's not. How the hell does the prosecutor sit up there yesterday and be like, "Well, you can break in any. You can't just break into homes, bro." I mean, my whole life I was told you can't break into somebody's house. I don't know if the laws are different in North Andover, but if you don't live there, I mean, come on. I mean, unbelievable. Dude, if you could also break into 6 or 7 other houses, man, and just like break in any house you want, just take whatever you want, bro. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, this is the level of bullshit we're dealing with. I hate to admit it, but this is what always bothered me about the Karen Reed case. It bothers me about this case. Like, you sit there, yeah, good score, bro. Did you get any nachos, bro? Bro. Oh, man. Dude. I grew up in that era of, like, Bill and Ted. You couldn't even watch a movie like Three Ninjas without some of the villains being like surfer dudes. Point Break. That was like what growing up in the early 90s was like. Dude, let's time travel, bro. It's just funny. But, you gotta have some fun occasionally. But it's just, how is breaking and entering not breaking and entering? How is breaking and entering not breaking and entering? Unbelievable. Yeah, Point Break's amazing. It's one of my favorite movies. It's top 10, top 20 for me all the time. Patrick Swayze as Bodhi is legendary. Okay, he swore he lived with his parents. He broke into her property, had no business going there. In fact, Miss Fitzsimmons' father, an alarm and surveillance contractor, just so happens, which is awesome, had just changed the locks, which was money. It updated the surveillance system in the house after Justin's surprise litigation against his daughter. Not many of us would have the foresight in this world to ever think about why not change the lock. But, it's like anything. When you buy a new home, change all the locks. Because it was on an episode of The Simpsons once. There was a guy that went in the house and he's like, have you guys changed the locks since you bought this house? Well, the previous owners could have the locks, keys to this house still, and enter this house any single time. Yeah, I remember that was on a Simpsons episode, but it's true. Like, you should buy a new home, change those locks, change those doors, because the previous owners could still have keys or copies of the keys. And the father had that, being having a security background, had the foresight to do that. And our alarm and surveillance contractor had the foresight to just say anything. Mr. Hahn, can I have some pizza, dude? Yeah. Yes, Spicoli. You couldn't even watch the Ninja Turtles back then without Michelangelo being like a party surfer dude. That's the way it was back then. It's funny. Always change the locks. But even when someone's moving out, change the locks. All right. So he changes it, updates the surveillance system in the house after his surprise litigation. As detailed in Miss Fitzsimmons' sworn statement, see Exhibit 2 and corroborated by Mr. Fitzsimmons, Exhibit 3. All right, let me start to upload some of these now. All right, yeah, Surfer Dude characters today on MazzaMedia, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be more characters to come. Just stand with me. Stand by, folks. Stand by. Yeah, yesterday I was kind of just watching the situation. Up, Exhibit 2. Used to be a rapper named Exhibit. All right. Just listen to his music. He was in Gridiron Gang with The Rock. Exhibit, whatever his name is. Exhibit. Spelled differently, though. All right, there's number 2, and there's Exhibit 3. All right, let's go back to the motion. Totally rad, dude. All right, take 2, bro. All right, here we go. All right, so here we go. As detailed in Ms. Fitzsimmons' sworn statement and corroborated by Mr. Fitzsimmons' Exhibit 3. All right, so let's go to 2 and 3. All right, let's share Exhibit 2. This is Kelsey Fitzsimmons' statement here. All right, zoom in on this a little bit here. A little more. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, Exhibit. Yeah, I remember him. That's funny. All right, here we go. Statement of Kelsey Fitzsimmons on July 30th, 2025 at approximately 9:35 a.m. Justin broke into my residence at 125 Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover. Justin had moved out of my house days prior. He has acknowledged that he no longer lives there in the affidavit. See, that's what I mean. She cites it right off the bat. He acknowledged that he no longer lives there in the affidavit he filed with Essex Probate and Family Court on June 30th, 2025, while applying for a restraining order. My father, Steve Fitzsimmons, is the owner of an electronic security company and installs burglar alarms and surveillance systems. Upon Justin vacating the home prior to the July 3rd break-in, my father changed the locks and replaced the surveillance system after the June 30th service of the restraining order and the taking of my child. Justin did not have authorization to enter my home and had just sworn to a court that he needed a restraining order keeping me away from him, yet he came to my home and broke in. Great points. as the video clearly shows Justin broke my front door and door jamb in order to gain entry. He entered my home with 3 other individuals assisting him. Upon entry, Justin and the 3 other individuals are seen on video entering my basement and immediately disconnecting the surveillance system that was installed and actively recording. Justin proceeded to steal several items from my home that unequivocally did not belong to him. Some of the items he stole were my laptop, iPad, my passport, and an important piece of evidence he took off the refrigerator, a handwritten letter he wrote to me shortly before he went to court with his false restraining order affidavit, stating in clear terms that I am an amazing mother and partner. This letter completely contradicts the lies and misrepresentations filed in that affidavit. It is a crucial piece of evidence that destroys his credibility by his own hand, which is why he stole it and why he is presently depriving me of its use for my defense. I am aware from my experience as a police officer and a law student that GL Chapter 268, Section 13E, a felony, prohibits the destruction or concealment evidence, stating whoever alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the record, document, or object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, whether or not the proceeding is pending at the time, shall be punished. If the proceeding involves the violation of a criminal statute, as is the case here, the punishment is up to 10 years in prison. All right? Powerful stuff there. Well said, and I need water. I never changed my Zoom, did I? Sorry, folks. There we are. It makes your blood boil as it should, Kimmy. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. It's a shared point of shared perspective of a lot of people. I love dogs. I love dogs too as well. Just like Karen Reed, these idiots picked the wrong girl to mess with. And it's just, yeah, it's wild. Continuing. Once Justin stole my laptop, he then brought it to his home in Stowe, Massachusetts, where he resides with his parents. I know this. This is the big point here. I know this because he proceeded to connect to his parents' home Wi-Fi named Braceland 4. The screenshot of the internet connection is included within the file. That was in this one. One second. Here it is. It's Exhibit 4. Okay. Let me power that up on the screen here. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Exhibit 4 for a moment. All right, so if you guys obviously all have home Wi-Fi, when you get it, you name it, you give it a name. And when you go on your phone, for example, or your computer, when you try to connect, you'll look for the name, you'll type in the password, and you'll connect. Is it on Exhibit 4? Here it is. Okay, it's at the bottom of Exhibit 4. Here we go. Okay, this should be sharing now. Okay, here we go. Can I just do a quick audio check in the chat? I just had a notification come up. Can you guys confirm that I am being heard right now with clarity? I don't see anybody saying you can't hear me, so we must be good. I think we're good to go. I'm just going to wait on it. Okay, good. Thank you, Common Sense Investigator. Well, Katie. All right, so here we go. So this is a network here. So she goes on her phone and basically say for example, you go over your uncle's house or brother's house or sister's house or parents' house or whomever's house. You go over your friend's house, okay? You want to use their Wi-Fi, but you find out, okay, what's the Wi-Fi here? What's the name? It's Braceland 4. Okay, great. Let me find it. What's the password? Okay, the password's this, right? So basically you find it. So what happens is typically on computers is if you log in, say like you connect your phone to your Wi-Fi in your home or you Bluetooth it or whatever, usually there's like a record that is there that will say, do you want to connect to this network? Or maybe it might say, This is the previous network that you were connected to, right? So she says, I know that once Justin stole my laptop, he brought it to his home in Stowe, where he resides with his parents. I know this because he proceeded to connect to his parents' home Wi-Fi. Braceland 4, screenshot there. Please note, I have never brought my laptop to Justin's parents' house. Braceland is Justin's mother's maiden name, and I have personal knowledge that is the Wi-Fi at her home in Stowe, Mass, where Justin is presently residing. Once connected to the internet at his parents' residence in Stowe, he successfully gained access. We'll get to that in a moment. Okay, so basically that's it. So she can see it here. It's in the records. You know, she connects to file, whatever she connects to here, it's there, it's listed. And see what it says here? It's checked off. Remember networks this computer has joined. So there was one time where my email got hacked. 4 years ago, my email got hacked. And I knew this because one of my social medias had got hacked. And then I got someone hacked into my email. And what they did was I don't know what the hell they were doing, but whatever they did, they deleted their activity. But I went into my recycling bin in my email, and there were all the emails they were deleting. They were deleting the evidence of whatever the hell they were up to. They were trying to change passwords or something. I think somebody had it in for me online. They somehow got my social. I had to change up my social medias and two-factor authenticate everything, which is good because it was all done before I ever did this stuff. So, I got things protected, but you should always two-factor authenticate. But I got hacked into, and they tried to hide the evidence that they hacked me. But when I went my email in the recycling bin, there was evidence that they had deleted it from my main inbox. But when you delete an email, deleting it from your inbox is never enough. You have to go into your recycle bin and delete it there too, or it will leave evidence. So that's how you can know if someone hacks into your email, is if you see random emails in your deleted box that you don't remember deleting. So that happened to me years ago, and then I took the measures I needed to do to protect myself. But here, this is another example of somebody going in that computer, and the network remembered that they were on that network, and she knew she had never done it, and blah, blah, blah. Now, furthermore, there might be a way to determine when that activity took place on the computer, because if he logs into any websites or email, which we're going to show you in some of the exhibits, then it would have been noted in all the logs. And we're going to get to the email logs and all that later on, because it's all right here. You can see the activity right there. And the Google or whatever this is going to say typically somewhere, there it is, the date. So Thursday, July 3rd. I mean, does anybody in their right mind think that Kelsey was messing around with her emails on July 3rd when she was in the hospital fighting for her life? I mean, look at this. Look at this activity. All this stuff, review and sign, finish setting up your apps. There's all kinds of activity here. Log into Facebook, AOL. How to get into my Facebook account with a forgotten password with no access to my email or phone. I mean, this is login stuff. Recover your Facebook if you can't access your email or mobile number. So, I mean, that's, again, she had some protections there. Can't log in. It's all there. It's all in the internet, history here, or email history, whatever this appears to be. Yeah, email. Yeah. So this is crazy stuff. This is browser history. Yeah, this is browser history, I believe. Some of the stuff I haven't caught up on. It's been a busy week for me. I apologize. I'll get to that in the notes. Yeah. Right. She wasn't messing with her computer at that time. All right. Moving along here. Let's go back to Exhibit 2. All right. Continuing Once connected to the internet at his parents' residence in Stowe, he successfully gained access to my Facebook, AOL account, Gmail account. Once he accessed my emails, he was able to gain access to my Expedia account, checking and savings account, beneficiary information, and paperwork for my pension, patient portal for medical records, ambulance reports where I was the patient, and looked at my medical records from both Lawrence Hospital and Mass General, among other things. He also used my stolen computer and my identity to gain access to bank accounts, and he was able to withdraw approximately $5,000 in funds and close the accounts while impersonating me under my login credentials. Justin, again posing as me, further obtained and accessed a release form for my medical records through my Gmail account. He further accessed a change of beneficiary form for my pension through my Gmail account, again under my identity. He accessed my Expedia account and canceled a trip that was planned, booked, and paid for. He further accessed and received the refund for the trip into his personal checking account, again posing as me. None of these actions were authorized by me, and the only access to these items comes from impersonating me through my login information. Law student that stealing someone's identity is a misdemeanor under GL Chapter 266, Section 37E, which provides that whoever with intent to defraud poses as another person without the express authorization of that person and uses such person's identifying information to obtain or to attempt to obtain money, credit, goods, services, anything of value, any identification card or other evidence of such person's identity, or to harass another shall be guilty of identity fraud and shall be punished. This is a summary of the facts known to me and is not intended to be an exhaustive document with every applicable fact. That's crazy huge stuff right there. That's all I got to say. That's a lot of stuff there. And it's all able to be documented with screenshots. This is now Steve Fitzsimmons, the father. You guys might have seen him outside of court yesterday holding the device that they had received back. I mean, listen, look at the chat right now. Look at that argument right there by JC Musician. Stealing a passport is a federal crime. Another comment here. I'm curious, can the bank bring charges against Justin for fraud? They might just go to the federal level. You know, this is crazy. This, listen to this point. This is what, I'm not saying this is happening, but what I am going to say is these are the arguments that people out there could start to ponder and make. Is someone says here, this makes me question what he has stolen from fire victims. Again, that's all just hypothetical. That's being possessed here. We're not trying to say that's what's happened, but it begs questions. You know what I'm saying? People start to say to themselves, well, if he's done this, what else has he done? Someone said that's wire fraud. That's a federal felony. There's a lot of, the FBI can, those are all federal crimes. So this is all, this is all stuff, no matter what happens here, it's going to have some, this is not going to go away. Kelsey's not letting this go. My honest theory is I think that he truly believed she was going to die in the hospital. That's my theory about why he broke in. I could be right. I could be wrong. I don't know. But this is, when I sat here and I listened to Nurse Kim the other night, and Nurse Kim kind of made the comment that this is, thank you, Paul Cat. This is a lot deeper than I thought. Olivia Niles in the house. Olivia, how are you? Hope you're doing good. Miss you. Hope you're doing good. This is a lot deeper. Nurse Kim talked about this on her show Thursday night. I figured all along this was just about a baby and a breakup. Someone asked me the other day, did you ever expect that he'd do something? I don't know him. But I didn't expect a video of the front door getting broken in like that. I didn't expect to hear this kind of, information come out from the defense team. But I think this goes back to when Kelsey said outside the court, the truth will come out. But I got to say, this is far more advanced than I ever expected. Olivia now says, "Miss you too. I've been listening here listening. It's so outrageous what Justin's done." Thank you, Olivia. Yeah, we miss you. One of the great posters on Twitter ever, and any subject. And I'm in HD now. I got HD now on StreamYard, so I'm in HD now, Olivia. I've upgraded. I got a MazzaMedia background to the right there too. Look at it. I got a background where I am and a background off to the side. We're upgrading here at MazzaMedia slowly but surely. But yeah, it's a lot further, a lot more deep than I did not expect ever, because I did not ever think this thing was this deep in terms of what I did not expect the defense to have this kind of information and present it. But it's just, like I said, way more further down the road than I expected. All right. Reading along here, exhibit number 3. My name is Stephen J. Fitzsimmons. I am the owner of Alibi Protection LLC, an electronic security company. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is my daughter. On Wednesday, July 2nd, just a day before, I went to the home of my daughter, the home she owns. I went to the home of my daughter, who she owns at 125 Philip Brook Road in North Andover, to change the locks and install a replacement video recorder just one day prior, ladies and gentlemen. I also changed the code to the burglar alarm system as well. I returned to the home the following morning, July 3rd at approximately 10:30. When I approached the door, I noticed the door was damaged and not secure. I immediately ran back to the driveway yelling to the police, "Somebody broke in. Somebody broke in." So again, he returned to the home the following morning at approximately 10:30. Now that security cam footage that we played earlier was at 9:30. So the father was literally there less than an hour later, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, less than an hour later, the father arrived at the home. Notice the door was damaged and not secure. He ran back to the driveway, yelling to the police, "Somebody broke in, somebody broke in." At that moment, Justin was present and admitted, "I broke in. It was me." Upon inspecting the property, I noticed the burglar alarm system was destroyed. When I went to the basement, I then noticed that the alarm had its power ripped out and the siren. Actually, so he did. I didn't see. I haven't read this yet. Okay. I have to admit, I'm getting caught up on a lot of stuff. So if I have any misstatements too, just bear with me, folks. I apologize. I've been trying to keep up with as much of this stuff as possible, but the show is also a catch-up session for me as well. So please bear with me. Thank you, guys. Olivia says, the fact that Kelsey's dad changed the locks on the house so immediately is very telling. I agree with that big time. Yeah, so he was still present. Okay, so I must have not have seen that part, but now I'm just catching up on it. Why was he present? So anyhow, anyone know or have any ideas? Well, I know it's the cops are there. Yeah, I noticed he was there. He must have still been there, I guess. Now, let's see. He went to the home of his daughter to change the locks and install a placement recorder on the second day. Returned to the home second day. He noticed it was damaged, not secure. I ran back to the driveway yelling to police. So my question is, maybe it's this information I've missed. If anybody knows, let me know. But did the cops show up with Justin? Or did the cops show up with the dad? I don't imagine the cops would have shown up with the dad. So that's information I'm going to need an answer to, because I'm going to be digging in today as we go through this. So he pops up out of nowhere. Lauren, do you know if he, why were the police there and who were the police with? Because my understanding was that Justin went on his own and the father went on their own. Olivia goes, when is the one did the police respond to the alarm system going off? Well, Justin was still there and still not arrest him. I think that's a great, okay, keep reading. Okay, thank you so much. I'll keep reading. All right, perfect. All right, we'll keep going through this. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren's like, I'm not telling you, you read and you find out for yourself. And Lauren, I will. Thank you so much. All right. At that moment, Justin was present and admitted, I broke in. It was me. Upon inspecting the property, I noticed the burglar alarm system was destroyed. When I went to the basement, I then noticed that the alarm had its power ripped out and the siren was ripped off the wall and damaged. I then noticed the new video recorder also had its power ripped out. After repairing all the security equipment, I could not get online with the equipment. This is when I discovered the power to the internet modem was also vandalized. Okay. I then repaired all and did a full inventory of my daughter's valuables I saw the day prior. She had cash in her drawer. She keeps her spare keys and other personal items in. The day before, I saw a $100 bill and other paper money. The cash was now gone. The day before, the only things in the top cabinet of the open gun safe were Kelsey's passport and her Social Security card. Her passport was now missing, and only her Social Security card remained. I found it odd that a love letter stating what a great mom she was also stolen off the refrigerator. I removed her jewelry box and her Social Security card and brought them to my home for safekeeping. But because of the grave condition of my daughter and her still being in critical unit at the hospital, to this day we have no idea if anything else was taken, including any jewelry from the box or any other personal items. Attached to this email is a statement of the video of the breaking and entering. So, Lauren, that doesn't answer it here, but I think you might be referring to the motion itself. So we'll go back to the motion. All right. All right. So we'll go back to the other motion. Must be on the other one. All right. So we'll go back to the motion. All right. Continuing along here. All right. So we're back at the motion level. This is still popping up on the screen, huh? Let's get this out of here. All right. Let's zoom this out a little bit. How does that look on screen for you guys? It looks good. All right. Oh, I'm pretty much caught up on most of that too. Yeah, I've only had so much time to catch up on everything, but I'm mostly there. Okay, so this is the details. We read Exhibit 2. We went through Exhibit 3. Lauren says, I believe Brado gave more clarity yesterday in court. The cops were not there with Justin. They wanted nothing to do with that. What I understood was that the dad called the cops after the alarm went off. Okay. All right. So this is detailed in the exhibits here. This is the bullet points. He broke the front door and the door jammed to gate entry. He entered with 3 other individuals. The surveillance system and alarm were immediately disabled and destroyed, causing thousands of dollars in damage. The modem power was forcibly pulled out of its wiring. Justin stole cash, gift cards, Kelsey's passport, her personal laptop, computer, and other valuables. He stole evidence contradicting his family court affidavit, a handwritten letter authorized by him praising Miss Fitzsimmons as an amazing mother, removed from the refrigerator to prevent its use exposing his lies about her. All right, so we continue here. Further, after stealing Miss Fitzsimmons' laptop, Justin brought it to his parents' residence in Stowe, Massachusetts, where it connected to Justin's family's Stowe Wi-Fi network, Braceland 4. From there, he accessed Facebook. Accessed her Facebook, AOL, and Gmail accounts, gained entry to her bank accounts, withdrew approximately $5,000, closed accounts, accessed her medical records, accessed her pension beneficiary documents, and canceled her travel reservations, redirecting funds to his own account. See Exhibit 4. That one we went through. That was where it has this one right here. This we went over. We'll just repeat it. This just shows you all the records. Okay, all of these actions were traced and readily apparent on the laptop's recorded computer history. Okay, got it. So this is the computer history here, just showing everything that went through, what he accessed, Google Mail, Facebook, AOL, Google, just a host of things. And then it shows the Wi-Fi connection here. Okay. All right. All 4 of these actions were traced in the computer history. The laptop was returned to the home at some point in Kelsey's 53-day hospitalization in what had to have been another unlawful entry, an obvious effort to conceal his computer crimes. The conduct described constitutes probable cause for, at minimum, breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony, destruction or concealment of evidence, which is a felony up to 10 years. Malicious destruction of property, which is a felony. Unauthorized access to a computer system, as well as identity fraud. Okay. Despite requests for investigation, see Exhibit 5. I don't have that one up yet. Let me get that up. This is the Gubitese. Gubitesa. Gubitese. All right, we're going to go to Exhibit 5. Exhibit. All right, so I'll repeat this here. Despite requests for investigation, see Exhibit 5, defense counsel email the prosecutor. All right, let's get this loaded up and shared. All right, this is from Tim Bradel on Tuesday, August 26, 2025. To James Gubitosi, Martha Coakley is CC'd, and Courtney Healy is CC'd. All right, Jay. That's James Gubitosi. Jay, please see attached Dropbox link with everything we have on the July 3rd, 2025 break-in. Video, Kelsey Fitzsimmons statement, Steve Fitzsimmons statement, issues, special prosecutor. So then he goes through this and says, crimes applicable: identity fraud, theft, concealment of evidence, breaking and entering in daytime, malicious destruction of property. Please advise as to who will look at this thing. So he sends this to him in August. So a lot of people on social media recently were like, well, if the defense knew this and had this video, why wasn't it brought up sooner? Well, the fact was they did. They had brought it up. They had advised this prosecutor, and you see it in that email from August 26th last year. So months and months ago, they knew about this. They had the information. They were aware of it. But again, it's just, things that are going down here are kind of, were addressed. And this, as you saw from this prosecutor yesterday, well, he asked permission, bruh. Well, you asked permission, dude. If you ask for me, I mean, you mean to tell me anybody could call up the North Andover Police Department and say, hey, I just want to break into this house down, or I just want to enter this person's home and grab some stuff. They're on vacation. They went down to Cape. And since they're down to Cape, I want to just break the door down and just grab some stuff, like somebody else's laptop, maybe a few TVs. If they have like cookies, like chocolate chip cookies, peanut butter cookies, Samoa cookies, I think I just want to take a few of those. They might have like money. I think I might just grab some of their money too. I just want to know if you could give me permission to do that. I mean, you mean to tell me someone could just make a phone call? I mean, that's not obviously what happened in that sense. I mean, he probably just said, hey, I got some stuff in there I want to grab. But to make it outrageous, I mean, in full actuality, that's something that could be said to be like, well, what the heck? And I guess that's the argument too. I guess he told him he lived there. And I think that's what Bradel and Kelsey, did in her statement. We're like, well, he didn't live there because he cited that he lived in Stowe at that time. And I'm sure they brought that up to the prosecutor. And the prosecutor's just like, yeah, well, you mean he called the cops, bro? If he called the cops, bro, he can just take the door down, get in there and take whatever he wants. I mean, no, that's not how it works. I mean, there has to be, come on, we're just asking for reasonableness here from Judge Karp as well. I mean, we need, not the Girl Scout cookies. We're asking for a level of reasonability here. If he doesn't live there, he should not, just calling up the cops saying, hey, I still live there. Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do. I mean, whatever. But it's just, I just find this needs to be taken under more consideration by the judge. Even when he told him he lived there, the cop said, okay, well, if you have a key and you correctly live there, Could have been. I don't know about that. Yet KY, yet KY. I'm using this show to not only talk about updates, but catch myself up as well too. We'll look deeper into this as we go. Steve goes, break into my house, fine. Take a few things, fine. But I draw the line at taking my Girl Scout cookies. Everyone stay away from my Samoas. Yeah, I mean, even if he did, the locks were changed. So he did say it was Kelsey's name on the deed. That's what Lauren's saying. All right, now let's get to here. Thin mints are good. Samoas are not my favorite. Thin mints were my favorite when I was younger. But now Samoas have overtaken as my favorite. I agree with you, JC. I agree with you as well. I know. It's a question. It's a good question. It's a good question, but I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, good argument. Anyone can go online and pull the deed to see who's on it. It's public record. Jeez. Someone suggests you might have swiped the passport by accident. Anything's possible, right? Andrea says, I think that's what I thought too. They need to watch him now. He's a flight risk. That's what I can't figure out. And to someone's point, did he just swipe it by accident? I mean, I'm not trying to, I don't know all the details, but it just, why would the passport? That kind of was one of the things that stood out to me too, was why the passport? I don't know. Unless he was going through something that needed 2 forms of ID, unless he was planning on going, like, I don't know if the change of beneficiary needs like 2 forms of ID, maybe he couldn't find it. I think he came across a Social Security card. So I don't know. I do not know. So Bradle says, despite for a request for investigation, sworn statements, corroboration, and video evidence, the Essex County District Attorney's Office has declined to charge him with any offense arising from the July 3rd, 2025 incident. No agreements, emails, texts, or other writings have been provided relative to the non-prosecution. Further requests that the matter be referred to an outside prosecutor due to the obvious conflict has been rebuffed. That's what bothers me so much about this case, is it's like the Karen Reed case, and it's like Turtle Boy's case, where there's certain information that's presented and it's just kind of overlooked. And this is a comment here. To get a child passport, both parents have to be present. So there's already something in place that's good to know. I had to provide my passport number when booking a trip. Maybe okay. Yeah. Lauren agrees with that too. Okay. That would make sense. That would be, of all the things we've considered so far, that would be the most practical reason. Okay, that would make sense. I don't know why they would need it to cancel, but again, it may be needed. Depends. But that's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You needed it to cancel or book a trip. Okay. Scott McGinnis in the house? Scott, what's going on? I saw Scott was out there last night. It's always good to see Scott out there. He has the flags and everything. He was in the background. And Scott, I cropped you out so you're in the picture for tomorrow's fundraiser too. So you're in the background behind Bradle. The entire saga has gotten so upset. I paced back and forth in front of the court for 3 hours yesterday, holding my sign, angrily scribbled, Essex County DA must recuse Justice for Kelsey. Exactly. Crazy stuff. So what I appreciate about doing these shows too is you have a lot of people in the chat that have varying levels of information that can help for all of us come together to better educate ourselves on things. And I just appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. Continuing forward here. The extraordinary leniency in a multiple felon case involving destruction of potential evidence in a pending criminal matter constitutes a considerable benefit, whether characterized as prosecutorial discretion or declination. Come on, Mark. Declination. The practical effect is the same. just an avoided significant felony exposure. It strains credulity. I'm having trouble reading right now. Credulity that there is no discoverable information surrounding this complete abdication of prosecutorial responsibility in favor of a witness adversarial to the defense. The Commonwealth must be ordered to provide or memorialize any verbal or written discussions, assurances, understandings, or implicit agreements or positions regarding the reasoning or cause of non-prosecution. Okay? So he really gets good there. He goes, they must be ordered to provide it. Anything that's gone on. And he says here, or positions regarding the reasoning or cause of non-prosecution, which obviously was kind of like in court yesterday, as we saw, for those of us that weren't able to watch it live. I caught it last night. But you see that, what's your reasoning? And it looked like Gubitosi tried to justify it in court yesterday. A jury is entitled to know whether a key witness stands in a position of gratitude, vulnerability, or expectation of continued protection. All right, one second. I heard back from Britt. She's happy about that information I sent her. Good. All right. Well, Britt Happens. Britt Happens will join us tomorrow. Lauren, Common Sense Investigator joins us tomorrow. The Glare joins us tomorrow. Mullen Law joins us tomorrow. We might have a few other guests as well. I got to get a message out to everybody who hasn't got me the latest update. All right. Officer Patrick McCarthy Noonan, non-prosecution employment protections and financial benefits. All right. Officer Patrick McCarthy Noonan shot Miss Fitzsimmons in the chest on June 30th, 2025. The evidence are not recorded by police body cameras or residential security cameras. So there's your evidence there, folks. The event of the shooting is not recorded by security cameras inside the house. Bradel says it here. Okay. He claimed Miss Fitzsimmons tried to shoot him. Without ever interviewing Miss Fitzsimmons, the prosecution believed and adopted. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what bothers. Look, this is what bothers me. All of this bothers me. I mean, all of this bothers me beyond this, but all of this specifically bothers me. Without ever interviewing Miss Fitzsimmons, the prosecution believed and adopted Noonan's fanciful, self-serving version of events. I don't understand what's going on in law. I don't understand what's going on in terms. Yeah, I had to take a little mental break there, Steve. I don't understand why, here's the thing. When you look at Karen Reed's case, it involves cops. When you look at Kelsey's case, it involves cops. And when you look at both of these cases, we're seeing things here where the prosecution is making certain arguments. And then the defense is making certain arguments to the prosecution, and then it's just kind of being overlooked. Like, oh, this is no bother. Oh, this is no big deal. Or this is nothing worth charging. That's what bothers me. It just seems to be kind of like Bradel makes an argument. The judge considers it. Well, I don't know. I don't want to oversee the previous judge, whatever. And it just gets very frustrating because I feel like Bradel has presented great evidence before the prosecution and before the court. And I just feel like certain things need to be brought to attention. But again, all this stuff is admissible in trial, and it's going to be something that's going to end up ultimately, like Bettero said yesterday, it's going to all be before a jury one way or the other. This is going to go before a jury. So whether or not the prosecution does whatever they do, it's still, blah, 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 blah. No. I just think that overall here, I just don't like the fact that they're always going to take the sides of the cops. Now, it's not an anti-cop statement. That is a pro-impartiality statement. I'm looking for fair and impartial law that looks over everything. And I think to Karp's credit, he was a lot more legitimate in that respect significantly yesterday. Microdots is in the house. Richie, what's going on, man? He was significantly an improvement over Kathleen McCarthy name. No question about that at all. But I just don't like the fact that someone like Bradel always has to, or Alan Jackson or whomever, always has to make an argument to say, they're just adopting whatever is told to them, and that's what ran rampant in the Karen Reed case. Thank you, Margaret. You're the best too. That's what ran rampant in the Karen Reed case. You'd see Lally and Brennan up there citing what the Canton police said, citing what the Massachusetts police said, and whatever they said was gospel. It was always gospel to the prosecution. And I just feel like, again, it's another cop-based situation, and you feel like the prosecutor is just taking the cop's version of events without considering all factors. And I don't like that. And I know Bradel and Gubitosi are on very good terms for the most part professionally, but it's like anything in sports, or it's like in sports, you might be friends with your competitor, but you know what? Only one person can win the NBA championship, the Super Bowl, the Stanley Cup, or the World Series, or the boxing championship, or the UFC championship, and there has to be a winner. And, I don't like this comment that Bradel had to make. Without ever interviewing Miss Fitzsimmons, the prosecution believed and adopted Noonan's fanciful, self-serving version of events. And it's gospel to them. The Commonwealth sought to leverage the shocking allegation into an assault with intent to murder charge, 20-year felony, which was rejected and non-billed by a grand jury in favor of an entry-level Superior Court charge, assault by means of a dangerous weapon, which is great for Kelsey. In terms of, if that's the worst she's got to face, that can be dealt with in court. That can be argued. That can be contested. Reasonable doubt can be established. So this charge being the only charge is a good thing, because that murder charge, intent to murder is gone. That intent to murder charge is gone. It's been gone. And again, it's just always been, in recent history, assault by a means of a dangerous weapon, which is good. Of all the bad things that have happened, that's a pretty reasonable charge. That not a reasonable charge in the sense that the charge is realistic. It's reasonable in a sense that it's something that they can reasonably overcome to establish reasonable doubt to get a not guilty verdict. That's what I mean when I say that. So I think it's something that she can easily overcome. I think the jury will buy it. I think there's going to be enough reasonable doubt to be established that there was a conflict here between her and her fiance, and that there's no evidence to suggest that Kelsey ever attempted to fire her firearm, and things of that nature. In these circumstances, a 1-year probation disposition is eligible under the sentencing guidelines. The allegation that Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted Noonan hangs by a thread held only by Noonan himself. As a result, the Commonwealth is strongly obliged to make him as comfortable as possible. After shooting his colleague, And I think another thing too about reasonable doubt is he said, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. And I think that that can be fought off pretty well in terms of her argument that she had attempted suicide. So I think that there's enough there for her to overcome that, her defense team to overcome that. After shooting his colleague, he was immediately placed on a critical incident leave from June 30th to August 27th of 2025. Upon returning to work, Officer Noonan resumed full-time duties and worked paid details. For approximately 130 days, this was the status quo. On or about, this is where it gets interesting, on or about January 11, 2026, Officer Noonan failed to report for a scheduled shift and was deemed AWOL. Officers, like no call, no show. Officers responded to this incident for a well-being check after phone calls went unanswered. Officer Noonan eventually answered the door and stated that he had taken Flexerol and did not wake up for work. Despite this, he received only a written reprimand. He was placed back on critical incident leave effective January 17th, that's 6 days later. He has continued to be permitted to work paid detail assignments while on leave. Critical incident leave is extraordinarily reserved for officers unable to perform duties due to trauma. So again, he only overslept, per his claim, that he took Flexerol. But again, that is reserved again for officers unable to perform duties due to trauma. So again, did something happen here? Did he have some kind of PTSD over that shooting incident with Kelsey the summer before? I don't know. We'll continue reading. Officers placed on critical incident leave are typically removed from active duty because they are not considered fit to perform the full responsibilities of a police officer. So oversleeping due to being on Flexerol? Come on. Come on. I mean, that's just like you took Flexerol, pal, and you overslept or whatever. It's not, I mean, maybe they might have said, hey, we'll suspend them or whatever without pay for missing work, but critical incident leave, that's a horse of a different color. Dorothy Gale. All right. To defense counsel's knowledge, working paid details while on such leave is highly uncommon, right? If not unprecedented. I've never heard about an officer working paid details in my life while they're on critical incident leave or suspension or anything. My assessment or understanding is that if they're suspended or whatever, they can't work because they're suspended. They're on leave. They're on medical leave or whatever. So why would they be able to work paid details? All right. In fact, the North Andover Police Department's collective bargaining agreement states a patrol officer on limited light duty shall not be eligible for details or overtime. Let's repeat that. In fact, the North Andover Police Department's collective bargaining agreement states a patrol officer on limited light duty shall not be eligible for details or for overtime. They just want them to get in, work their shift, do their job, go home, come back the next day until that officer is deemed back to full strength and able to do their duty. So it would not make sense if they were able to do that. Now, they have an NAPD union agreement in Exhibit 6, which we're going to go to momentarily in the process of opening that up as we speak. So this is located on Exhibit 6, pages 41 to 42, section Article 27. Okay, and I can read Roman numerals because I'm a football fan. All right, let's go to page 42. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, loading. What the hell are my neighbors up to out there? My God. Jesus. Revving their car engines up there. It's like the Fast and the Furious out there right now. Jeez. Page 42 was page 42, section Article 27. So I think it's section 41 to 42. One sec. Here we go. All right. So this is Article 27, light duty. The chief of police may not, the chief of police may offer limited light duty to patrol officer who become injured, whether on or off duty, provided that in the chief's discretion there is an adequate amount of limited light duty work available, and provided that the limited light duty assignment is consistent with the patrol officer's individual medical implications. Zoom this in for you guys a little bit. At the discretion of the chief, a patrol officer on limited light duty may be prohibited from wearing their uniform so as not to be called upon by the public to perform police duty that may jeopardize their injury. The patrol officer will be assigned by the chief to a shift that, in the opinion of the chief, will increase the effectiveness of the police department. If possible, the patrol officer will be assigned to his normal shift. While performing limited light duty, patrol officers shall be paid at their regularly hourly rate. A patrol officer may not be eligible for details or overtime. So there it is here. If a patrol officer whose injury was incurred on duty works less than a full week of limited duty, the patrol officer shall be considered to be on injured on duty status for the portion of the regular work week during which the patrol officer does not perform limited duty. The patrol officer shall be paid for such time in accordance with GLC 41 section 111F. If a patrol officer whose injury was incurred off duty works less than a full week of limited light duty, the patrol officer may use their individual sick time if available for that portion of the regular work week during which the patrol officer does not perform limited light duty. If their sick time is exhausted, they may use a combination of other forms of individual paid time off and or unpaid time off. Limited light duty shall be temporary. The duration of the limited light duty assignment shall be determined by the patrol officer's individual prognosis. Reasonable extensions may be granted provided that the chief determines that there is an adequate amount of limited light duty work available and there is sufficient medical documentation to support the extension. However, in no event shall limited light duty be allowed for a period of more than 180 calendar days. I'm going to skip that part. Duties that may be assigned to a patrol officer on limited light duty include but are not limited to maintaining and updating police records, update teletype information such as warrants, green sheets, assist the CID with school or neighborhood problems, transport drugs and evidence to the state lab, attend and help coordinate training, assist sergeants in writing reports, assist the CID with records and reports, assist the dispatcher during peak hours or when needed, and any and all administrative, clerical, or other duties that may be assigned by the chief. It doesn't sound like, this guy's going to be able to do, other various details and things like that at all to me. In fact, the North Andover Police is back to the regular motion here. In fact, the North Andover Police Department's collective bargaining, I already got that, sorry. Light duty, continuation of paid benefits following an AWOL incident raises, the continuation of paid employment benefits following an AWOL incident raises serious questions regarding preferential treatment and whether employment protections are tied directly or indirectly to Officer Noonan's role in this prosecution. The details of these extraordinary arrangements are crucial to the defense, right? Because they're talking about favoritism. They're talking about them having the ability to do whatever they want. And this is now bringing us back to an attitude of like, well, do these officers get to just do what they want? Can the police department just make their own rules up? Scott McGinnis says, any officer in any department will be placed on administrative leave after using deadly force like that. They're still getting detail overtime. It's very odd. Never mind the no call, no show. I don't know what the heck's going on there. The details of these extraordinary arrangements are crucial to the defense. Paid leave, deferred discipline, employment protection, or Internal agreements regarding discipline or tangible benefits. If any favorable treatment was extended in connection with this corporation or testimony, it is impeachment evidence that must be disclosed. It's always the fight in these cases, isn't it? It's always the defense trying to get all the information from the Commonwealth or the prosecution, whatever, to try to get information that they can use to help defend their client. There's always a lot of suspicious things going. Under Brady and Giglio, the Commonwealth must disclose any evidence favorable to the accused that is material to guilt or punishment, including impeachment evidence. Massachusetts courts have repeatedly held that promises, inducements, understandings, and favorable treatment, whether formal or informal, must be disclosed. These are basic, axiomatic discovery obligations. This legal duty is affirmative and continuing. It is not satisfied by silence or by the Commonwealth's unilateral determination that the information lacks materiality. I know, it's like they're like, well, you don't need to see it. You're good. No, you're good. It's not relevant. You're good. You don't need to worry about that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. When witnesses avoid prosecution, retain employment, receive paid leave, or benefit from discretionary leniency in the shadow of criminal or disciplinary exposure, the jury is entitled to assess whether that treatment influences credibility. The defense requires the details of these arrangements, and the Commonwealth has not provided one shred of documentation. Request for relief. Wherefore, the defendant respectfully requests that this court find that a conflict of interest exists as to the prosecution of Justin requiring the appointment of a special prosecutor, that the Commonwealth's certificate of final discovery compliance be stricken as premature, and that the Commonwealth must disclose immediately and in full any non-prosecution agreements, charging declinations, discussions, or understandings regarding Justin, any immunity, leniency, assurances, or favorable treatment extended to Mr. Justin, all personnel, police, medical, and other records concerning Officer Noonan's critical incident leave status, disciplinary actions, AWOL investigation, internal affairs findings, and authorization to work paid details. Any communication between prosecutorial authorities and law enforcement concerning employment protections or disciplinary handling related to Officer Noonan. Any other promises, rewards, inducements, benefits, or favorable treatment provided to any witness or potential witness in this case. The defendant further requests such other and further relief as justice requires. Signed, Timothy Bradel, Martha Coakley. Respectfully submitted by Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her attorneys. Wow. Goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious. Wow. It's just another matter of sweeping things under the rug. And I mean, the fact that he wasn't even married, it's just, wow. It's amazing that this prosecution's acting the way they're acting. Actually, it's not amazing. It's par for the course at this particular point. And I saw that footage of the house incident the other day. I was like, oh my goodness, here we go. There's always more. The defense can only tell you so much. They can only share so much and say so much, and that's really where it's at. They can't go any further than that. I'm going to see if I can find access to that hearing from yesterday. Let me see. Let's see if we can go through it here a little bit. Things that won't get me copyright stricken specifically, too. You know what I mean? Let's see if there's any. You know what I can do? I'm going to play the post-hearing from, I think Justice Serve has it. Justice Serve TV has it. Follow Justice Serve TV on YouTube and on Facebook. I don't think he had it posted yesterday. I know he was out there, but I don't think he posted it. Let me take a look. See. Stand by. Stand by, folks. Sorry for a moment here. It's taking me a minute. I don't know if Mass Live hits copyright claims. It's the only thing. I hate to be hit with copyrights. I don't know. I got Mass Lives, but I don't know if I want to access it. It's the only thing. I don't want to get hit with copyright strikes. NBC 10, they'll hit me with the copyright. Let me get some other information. Stand by. This is almost like intermission right now on MazzaMedia. Please stand by. All right, let me. I'm gonna switch gears here. I'm gonna go to my Twitter page. I'm just gonna start to talk about things that come to my head and just give some thoughts. So let's talk about the judge for a few minutes here and go into a little bit about him. So I'm mostly favorable with him. However, I see this judge as a little bit indecisive. That's one of the things that I'm concerned about this judge is Justice Serve has the TV video of the hearing. Okay, let me grab that then if they got it. Let me see if they got it. There's the live. Oh, they do got it. Okay, good. All right, we'll go there then. Let's see if I got it. Perfect. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Now we're in business, folks. There we go. Bingo. All right, here we go. And here we go. Stand by, stand by. We're good. Okay, here we go.
Get dispensation from them. And she wisely just says, well, if it's your house, go ahead. But
Imagine hearing your tracks played at EDC.
That's the problem. I got this thing's gonna blast commercials on me every 10 seconds. That's the only thing I'm worried about is commercials blasting in my stream. That's what it's like. You have to pay for everything when you do streaming now. It's like you got to pay for you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. It's like, goodness gracious. It's like, my goodness. You go on YouTube, it's like they blast you with ads and everything. It's like, oh my goodness. 1 second, guys, hold up. Okay, here we go. Stand by. He keeps calling him the alien, Michael Brown. Jeez. Working out, folks. Sorry for the delay. That was a long hearing yesterday too, huh? That was a long one. Oh my goodness, it seemed to go on forever. Okay. One second, almost there. Almost there. I'm going to see if the Twitter stream. Thanks for listening while baking, Rhonda. I appreciate it. Okay, let's try it this way.
Let me say this. I like to have.
You guys hear this at all?
Practical results. Be pragmatic. Pragmatic as the rules of the law allow me to. So I don't. Is it something that you would object to me hearing or something? If I have the legal authority, if you folks.
How's the volume, everybody?
Weigh in on it. I don't know that they would be the appropriate day to do it or not, but we can talk about that.
I appreciate you being open to that, Judge, and I can narrow it, in terms of what I want to impose a little bit on the court and on counsel today to deal with is, some of these terms are duplicative and they're just bureaucratic. They're just onerous. And, 48 hours notice to make an appointment to come to my office. I don't know when I'm going to be in my office within 48 hours, and
And now I was happy with the 2 hours adjustment on that, the 2 hours notice. I was very happy with the 2 hours adjustment on that. Obviously, they want looser restrictions for her, but at least that was granted to some degree. It's thank you, Ms. Holmes. Yeah, this is an uphill battle, but I just don't like a lot of things about it. But I do like the fact that they okay, 2 hours notice, he was able to work with that and all that. Good. Okay, thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. Yeah, it sounds like Bradle's volume is coming through strong, but the judges is a little bit weaker.
I need to have Ms. Fitzsimmons more at when I need her to prep.
I'm going to skip ahead.
That's such a good job that I don't remember. But
Actually, give me a rating of the judge. I want you guys to rate the judge in your opinions. 1 to 10 scale, 1 to 10 in the chat. Rate the judge. Let's see what you guys thought of the judge yesterday. Let's see what people start to say here.
in any event, so that's where we're going. So the reason why I bring that up is because one of the questions that will be on that case-specific juror questionnaire will be, do you know any of these potential witnesses? And what I like to do is just attach some Word document or something that has both of your witnesses on, both sides witnesses on there. Also, on there we should list, the way it will be phrased is it will be potential witnesses and anyone possibly associated with the case. So if there's names of folks that may, their names may.
Attorney Bradle knows that.
I
No.
don't want anyone to think that, to the extent that you want to be heard.
I just don't like the audio all that much. I'm going to drop the share. I'm not a fan of the audio. It's just coming through too weak for me. You can't hear everything that's being said. Let's take a look at what people said. It seems like everything's mostly over 5 for this judge so far. 7's a pretty good rating. 8 I like. 7. 7 for an MA Massachusetts judge. Someone goes 6.379. 5 so far. Yeah, I mean, I thought Brado was pretty happy. I just think that, I don't know. I'm just concerned this judge is going to defer responsibility back to Kathleen McCarthy. You know, even though she's no longer the judge, it's like, well, she ruled on this. This was that judge's ruling. You know, I just thought that, you know, it should have been a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more decisiveness, but I'm concerned this judge doesn't want to undercut another judge's ruling on some of the things she ruled on. And then Brado said to him, "Is like, I want you to be more, Your Honor, I want you to be more decisive in your rulings because it's now your case." And it just kind of went back and forth in the matter there yesterday. I thought it was a little bit too much back and forth in terms of, oh, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I should. You know, I obviously this judge was working on another trial for 2 weeks, but there was some attributes to that trial, that hearing yesterday that he didn't really have read. And that's another thing that bothered me a little bit, was just a lack of preparation. I respect this judge's busyness. I understand being very busy and not having the time to look at things when you're coming out of another trial can be extremely difficult. But at the same particular time, you know, you do want to have it ready as well. And that's not a good thing in my opinion. So I just did not like that aspect. It's just, I just don't want to see a judge constantly deferring to another judge's ruling over and over again and just saying, well, I can't rule on this. I can't rule on that. And, well, I don't know. My hands are tied. Oh, I haven't read this yet. You know, I saw a lot of that yesterday. And Mullen says he doesn't know yet about the recusal motion. Once he's informed, it'll be better. That's good to know. So hopefully we got more favorability out of this judge coming up on March 12th. But I will say this. If he doesn't find out about it and he's not decisive enough, then, you know, whatever. But Mullen Law, thank you for that touch-up there, that touch-up remark. But again, yeah, he needs to know about that. He needs to be made aware. He needs to read through it. He needs to get himself proper. But again, this hearing went a long time yesterday. And I thought that, I mean, obviously there's things to accomplish yesterday that they got talked through and all that. But, you know, that's just whatever. I don't know. No, I know. It's rough. It's rough out there. Right. He was on a 5-week cold case for murder. Exactly. So it's just, yeah, 23rd is the trial date coming up. Let's see. All right. Now, let me grab some info for you guys. We're going to skip the video. I just don't like the audio. The audio is good, but it's just not coming through as well from the judge. All right, so we get some updates as far as court's concerned. So I'm going to go through these. I'm going to get a drink of water. Boy, going 3 hours by yourself is not easy on a show. I don't know. Some people do it all the time on YouTube. It's like, wow. Yeah, Gubatosi, Begosi, yeah. All right, one sec, guys. Loading up. One sec, guys. Sorry for all the hold up today, guys. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm going to read through a summary of court yesterday. Thank you, Karma. I'm going to read through a summary of court yesterday and what went down and what essentially was discussed. So this is the court update, what Judge Karp decided and what's next. So Judge Karp said a tight, I'm just reading this here. I'm going to give my opinions as I go. All right, so Judge Karp said a tight agenda. Now, I do like that. I do want a judge that's not going to push out, not going to defer, not going to take their time. Nobody wants to wait for another 6 months for this trial to begin. Okay, so we want a judge, just like the judge in the civil trial for Karen, that's going to move this stuff ahead, get it on time, be done with it, get it heard before a jury, and everyone can move on with their lives. So that I like. He's focusing on keeping the case on track for trial, obviously to my point. Here are the key legal issues and where each stands. Discovery, number one. What the defense says is still missing. Officer visit to MGH. Defense noticed, this is a crazy part, actually, by the way. Defense noted that, oh my God, I'm stammering. Sorry, guys, I apologize. I was getting a little tired. I apologize. I had a big working day yesterday, and I felt energetic earlier today, but I might just kind of getting a little tired here. So bear with me, guys. I apologize. Defense noted that an NAP officer, Dan Furman, visited the defendant at MGH, Mass General Hospital, and requested any reports, notes, emails, or other documentation, along with clarification of whether it was an official or personal contact. The Commonwealth will address the request. So the defense still doesn't have any information on this, but this was shocking. This was shocking that they'd send an officer to her hospital where she was resting up to ask questions. He asked her for reports, notes, emails, and other documentation, along with clarification of whether or not it was an official. They were asking it. They were at the defense was asking for any information, reports, notes, emails, or other documentation that goes to why Dan Furman had visited Kelsey Fitzsimmons, which was absolutely like, why is that appropriate? Mazza, this is one of the best shows, chats, ABT about Kelsey. Love your passion, fight, opinions, and humor too. Drama free is the way to be. 3 purple hearts for Kelsey. Let's bleeping go. Miss Holmes, thank you so much. Yeah, he's an operations unit. Well, it's just, again, Melanie brought this up too. And sorry, guys. Melanie brought this up too. And I agree. That name Furman rang a bell. That goes back to the O.J. Simpson case, that last name. Not that I ever give anybody with the last name Furman a bad name, but it's like, oh, geez, the name Furman. It's like you see that coming up. Well, I don't think, Darcy, that it was an attempt to finish her off. But I wonder if they, to me, it kind of seems similar to when the Canton police went back to the home, 34 Fairview, and they kept sprinkling more taillight. Was it they were trying to get some information on her or information out of her in a way that might have been presented as, hey, we're your friend. Hey, we're on good terms. Hey, what about this? What about that? I don't know. But to me, that's the idea. That's okay, Darcy. That's the way. Well, my theory is that if they were going to try to finish her off in the hospital, they would have succeeded. Typically people that do that, they always find a way to succeed in offing somebody in the hospital, but at least in the movies. But I just think that overall, that's a very suspicious visit. And Kelsey was answering some of Bradel and Kelsey conferred a little bit about that and the name when Bradel couldn't remember the name. And well, I guess that could be it too, Karma. Maybe an officer showed up. But the only thing I contend to that, because I like to see things from both ways and I like your counter perspective, is this. They're fishing for info. Pretending to show concerns while making observations. Yeah, exactly. Coming like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Showing up at the door, acting all concerned. Kelsey, how are you? Are you recovering? Whoa, always been great friends. Going back to the police station. Yeah, she's recovering, guys. Yeah, she's going to make it. This isn't good for her. I don't know. Those are things I theorize in my head. Thank you, Priscilla, for joining in today. She says, subscribe and share to push this out. Thank you, B. Crumbs. Thank you for she says, Mazam, thank you for helping keeping Kelsey and her justice in the forefront. Keep up the good work. Thank you. So yeah, I don't know, but I would say this. I would say that visit is not appropriate. I would say that visit's not appropriate. It's not. There's no justification in that, and to me, if they tried to use that, or when they had the RO, Miss Jess is in the house. One of our mods is here. Miss Jess, how are you today? Thank you for listening in the background. To me, it's just deceitful tactics. And if you went back and said anything back to those officers, I can understand why Kelsey's defense team wants to know that information, because why not? because it is to me suspicious. And I don't care how it's framed in terms of, well, that officer was great friends with Kelsey and he was just going there to show concern. No, there's no concern anymore. There is no concern. There is no concern for Kelsey that they can possibly show. She was shot. She's under arrest. She's handcuffed to her bed. Okay? There is no concern that you can show. There's no way you can go there and be like, we're just here to support Kelsey. We're good people. We're faith-based people. No, you can't do that. You can't show up as an angel. There is none of that. Not when you're wearing a North Andover Police Department uniform, or even if you're off duty. You can't walk in there like an angel who's concerned. There is none of that. Lauren says, after the live is over, please hype the video to get Kelsey's story out there. Thank you. Lauren will be joining me as well tomorrow for our fundraiser. The new fundraiser, the new donation total is at $82,095. So it's gone up during the show. Thank you, guys. Fervent's in the house. Going on, Fervent. But yeah, this is not acceptable behavior. This is not, even if that officer went out, even if that officer, let's say this, even if Furman's like the greatest officer ever, okay, like he's like the good cop on the force. He's the cop that like hates all the other people on the force because they're corrupt or whatever. Even if he showed up there in that sense, it still is suspicious from the defense's perspective because it seems premeditated. It seems like there's a reason to be there, and you look at him like potentially, with emojis here, a wolf in sheep's clothing. And that's exactly right. 2,000 years from now, they're going to look at all these emojis the same way we look at hieroglyphics from Egypt. But yeah, this is, it breeds suspicion. Even if that officer was a great officer, he went there out of general concern, he was someone that believed in her innocence, it can still look suspicious, and it needs to be addressed. So again, the defense noted an officer, Furman, visited the defendant at Massachusetts General Hospital and requested any reports, notes, emails, or other documentation, along with clarification on whether it was an official visit or a personal contact. And I will say this: even if it's under the guise of personal, it still could be unofficial business, right? As we know. Thank you, the other Mary B. Mullen says everybody should go back to the first presser after she was shot. That's the one with Charles Gray. No showing of care or concern for Kelsey at all. None. She was fighting for her life, and she was a member of that department. Yeah, YouTube hieroglyphics. Absolutely. So yeah, it's suspicious to me, of course, and I'd like to know if they can obtain any information. But my guess is that there's no record that's kept on that visit at all. That's my personal guess. U.S. Lily 80 is here saying, happy Saturday. A reminder, tomorrow at 4 p.m., we will be having the 12th MazzaMedia fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. That will be from 4 p.m. to about 7 p.m. Right now, B. Crumbs has been reporting on dollars raised for Kelsey during this show today. We should almost take like a total and just add it towards tomorrow's total. This is like the fundraiser today. But that's all good. So no, thank you everyone for donating to Kelsey, helping her out. I'm sure it means a lot to her and her family as well. All right. All right. So moving on here, body-worn cameras from the arrest. Defense has requested any BWC footage, body-worn cameras from the Massachusetts trooper who made the hospital arrest. So they want to get that. Defense wants to see that footage. And again, you just never know what kind of footage is on there. You just never know. It might be nothing. But as always, you want to try to obtain as much detail as possible and see if anything's there. Like today, Kelsey's father is probably spending his day going through that security footage right now. I'm guessing that's probably what he's doing since they got it back yesterday. He's probably thumbing through the thing right now. He's probably going all weekend long just to see if there's anything else on there. Like, if, for example, Justin had to have returned, so that could potentially be on there. We will see, but that's information that I'd like to see if there's any more findings And if the defense can find any, if the father can find anything, give it to the defense for them to look at, and we'll see what ends up happening. So, all right. So body worn camera from the arrest is requested. The Commonwealth said there was a prior request not to use cameras. Defense said the trooper was wearing a body worn camera. Commonwealth agreed to check promptly. I'm concerned the Commonwealth's going to get back to them and just say, yeah, he wasn't wearing it. We're good. There's nothing there. You know, and if it wasn't deleted, what are the odds it wasn't wiped? I know that's the concern that I have, is what is the level of gatekeeping that's going on in these police departments when it pertains to police department matters. Now, even though Karen Reed and John O'Keefe was about like what happened in the house, that case really ultimately became about the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts Police Department, because there was a lot of concern there. You saw the inverted Sallyport footage, the taillight being sprinkled all over the place. We got donations rolling in here, folks. Donations rolling in here. No, definitely. So we are, he told Kelsey he activated his body camera, so they have it. Now, if they deleted it, it's another story. And my concern too, Lauren, is that if he walked in and said they had it, can they then say, well, yeah, I told her, but, you know, then it, you know, whatever. You know, we're talking about, I don't know, maybe you're answering somebody in the chat there. But yeah, it's just all concerning to me, everything about this case. It just, you know, it bears such a resemblance to Karen Reed. And I just feel like, because the thing is that people will say you can't always trust the police. Well, I mean, you don't always necessarily not have to trust them. I think the common denominators here, and with Sandra Birchmore, is that these cops, these police departments had a vested interest in trying to protect their police departments. And I felt that the DA, Michael Morrissey, was trying to protect, because I personally think the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police Department overstepped their bounds. And the DA and the governor and all of them are just like, you guys gotta keep this quiet, because the governor and the DA don't want to have to answer to all of this. So you guys got to cover this damn thing up and keep it under wraps. And I think that's what's happening here, is I think that they overstepped their bounds, the police department did. And it's just like, we got to do what we need to do to keep this down as much as we possibly can. And that's where we come in. We come in with making noise. And by making noise, that's talking about it. Standouts. It's raising funds, which people are raising funds right now during this stream. Even yesterday, last evening, funds were coming in for Kelsey, which is great news. That's what we want. Spreading awareness. Mullen Law, you know, great attorney going to be on the show tomorrow helping us out. Great attorney here. Mr. Monk's understudy, thank you so much. But I must ask you a question. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I always say to myself, like, you know, because I hear a lot of people yesterday and I read the comments. I see the mood online, and there's a lot of frustration with yesterday. And I totally understand it. I think hearings are a lot more annoying, quite honestly, because it's a lot of like grasping for position, and it's trying to get whatever they can. It's dealing with a Commonwealth or a judge that might be a little frustrated. But I do think that, you know, because I read Bettero's tweet yesterday and I liked it a lot. I do think once it gets down to trial, it's just going to be head to head. Brado's going to have his information. It's going to be before a jury. They're going to overhear it. You know, they're going to go over the specifics. They'll probably have Noonan on the stand without question. They're going to question him thoroughly. That's going to be one of the greatest cross-examinations for this whole trial, is going to be Noonan. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of questions asked, and they're going to establish reasonable doubt. And it's going to be very, very much so it's going to be very thorough. I think it's going to all pan out well. I think it's going to be elongated and frustrated, but we're going to get through it, folks. We're going to get through this. We will succeed. We will overcome. There's going to be people online on Twitter, like, all you free Karen readers are trying to be free Kelsey Fitzsimmons people now, and you guys just believe women that are guilty. And obviously they're going to say that to you all the time. Tell them to go bleep themselves. No, I'm just kidding. Just ignore them, or just some people just tell them to go bleep themselves. People are like, yeah, you're wrong, but we see it. But I think that this is going to pan out well. I just think there's a lot of posturing for position right now between the defense and prosecution needs to happen before trial, and the prosecution needs to give Commonwealth. The prosecution needs to give the defense what it's asking for. Cloud link access is being asked for in discovery. Some discovery provided via OneDrive links could not be opened. So they did get discovery through OneDrive links, but they could not be opened. Commonwealth agreed to fix access. So maybe they could just put that OneDrive access, copy it to another folder perhaps, and send it over. We'll see. Grand jury materials, redactions resolved. This was resolved. So the defense said grand jury transcripts contained redactions. Commonwealth explained the redactions were in a witness statement because the material was prejudicial to the defendant, and stated an unredacted statement was also provided. So this all appears resolved. Section 2 of yesterday, firearms and ballistics, what's relevant and what isn't. Ownership has been clarified. The three Glocks at issue were confirmed as Noonan's, Officer Daly's, and Defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Defense originally thought they were Noonan's, Daly's, and Houston. So one was Noonan's, one was Daly's, and one was Kelsey's. Ballistics results, a shell casing from the scene matched Officer Noonan's Glock. All right, so that's going to be one of the shells of the two. Why the court narrowed this issue? Because the charge is an assault with a dangerous weapon, an assaultive offense that involves a weapon, not a standalone weapons offense. All right. Judge Karp questioned whether ballistics experts are necessary for trial prep. Oh, again, he kind of questioned all of that. Standalone weapons offense. Okay, interesting. All right, I remember that part, but I didn't read too much into that part, so we'll see. Okay. All right, bail reconsideration. Who has authority to change it? The request. Defense filed a motion to reconsider bail conditions. I'm hoping for that as well. Karp's authority question. Does Karp raise whether he has authority? This is the problem here. This is some of the things that kind of got to me. And Bradel, obviously. Judge Karp raised whether, we'll get to the bail request as well in a moment. Judge Karp raised whether he has authority to revisit GLC 27658A, dangerousness determination that was issued by another judge. That's Judge Kathleen McCarthy Naaman. So this judge is sitting here thinking to himself, I don't know if I have the authority level to revisit this. This turns on case judgment, case assignment. I'm reading all this from the Facebook page, by the way. This turns on case assignment and statutory limits. Some rulings must be modified by the judge session that issued them unless the current judge is formally assigned the case. So this is a little bit of a trouble here. So someone said earlier in the chat that the motion to recuse should be sufficient to overcome this. But I want this judge, like Bradel said, to have as much authority as possible to rule on the dangerousness of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. What Karp did rule on immediately was 2 hours notice for legal appointments. That was it used to be 48 hours. Now it's 2 hours. Requests must be made during business hours, so probation can't open a GPS window and avoid GPS alerts. So, for example, if business hours begin at, say, 8 or 9 o'clock, Kelsey Fitzsimmons can't call him at 6 o'clock before business hours and say, hey, I need to leave my house at 8 o'clock on the dot at the start of business hours. That's not 2 hours notice. So the notice has to be business hours. So it's like 8 to 5 or something, right? 9 to 5. So she would have to be, so say, for example, she had to leave first thing the next day at 6 in the morning or 7 or 8 in the morning. She would have to notify them the day before. So there'd be business hours. So maybe she might want to notify them around 2 or 3 o'clock. But it's good if Kelsey ever needs to leave in the afternoon for certain matters that are approved for legal appointments. She can obviously, if she needs to meet Bradel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she can notify them at the start of business hour or maybe 10 o'clock in the morning or whatnot. Or I would always recommend more than 2 hours notice business wise personally, but all that. So Mullen says the chief judge will likely assign him to the case because the alternative is moving forward on recusal motion, and they definitely don't want that. So yes, the chief judge will likely assign him to the case. So that's what we want. Once he's assigned, he can get moving on that. It's a little bit difficult to hear this thing, but again, Mullen Law has given him a 9 out of 10 rating. Favorable rating from Mullen Law, who is an attorney. I will say this: if Mullen Law is giving a favorable rating, then that's what I'm going to trust in, because I do trust Mullen Law quite a bit. Obviously, I have no reason to distrust you. But yes, Mullen Law is very good. She knows what she's talking about. It's frustrating, but things in a legal sense need to move forward to get this Judge Karp fully on the case, so he can just start ruling on dangerousness, and this whole aura of Kathleen McCarthy-Naiman can kind of go, oh, wait, we actually have sound effects now. Hold on. I have actual sound effects now. Hold on. Let's use the sound effects. Hold on. We just want Judge McCarthy-Naiman off the case. We just want Judge Kathleen McCarthy's name fully removed off the case. We just want Judge Kathleen McCarthy to take a train out of town and have her name off everything related to this case. Nobody likes Judge Kathleen McCarthy. That's a Kelsey Fitzsimmons supporter. Let's restart the joke. Anyone who's a Kelsey Fitzsimmons supporter, let's restart the joke. Let's try the joke. Let's hold on. Let's try it again. That's because no Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Come on. That's because no Kelsey Fitzsimmons supporter likes that Judge Kathleen McCarthy, because joke's not working. Joke's not working. Let's try it. We're working on jokes. Let's try it. We gotta get the joke to roll off the tongue here. Hold on. That's because nobody likes that stupid judge. That one worked. That's because nobody likes Judge Kathleen McCarthy-Naiman. All right, there we go. Playing around, I got the sound effects now working on this show. So. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Well, I got news for you. Nobody's gonna miss you, Judge. That judge is out of here. Oh my goodness. All right, it's fun to play with sound. I never get to play around sound effects before, but yeah. MazzaMedia now has sound effects at his disposal. I'm like, hey, if I get these sound effects and I got to pay StreamYard to use them and have other features such as 1080p, MazzaMedia is now available in 1080p, and my Powered by StreamYard logo to the upper corner here is now gone. That's what happens when you pay to use this stuff, but to have all the extra features. But yeah, I got all these extra banners. So maybe because that judge is just so damn hateable. That judge is gone because Tim Brado. Okay, enough jokes. All right. Here we go. All right, yeah, exactly. We got the sound effects going today. All right, we'll continue on here. MazzaMedia, are you going to replay the Idiot ADA from yesterday's hearing? I tried, but I decided not to. All right. MazzaMedia's comedy hour concludes. All right, now, when Karp immediately ruled 2 hours notice for legal appointments, and then only written conditions are enforceable. Oral add-ons not in a written order are not in effect. Next step on assignment. Okay. This is the next part here. Judge Karp will consult with Chief Justice Raschuti about whether he will be assigned to the case for all matters, not just the trial. So that's very important. We don't want to, you go ahead and get your nails did. Courtney from Florida, go get those nails did. Okay, I would say I'm getting my nails done. Okay, so get your nails done. Have a good day. I'm still on. I'm going 3 hours, 15 minutes by myself today. But I got a lot to catch up on. It's been a big week. It's been a busy week, and there's a lot to talk about. I have other things I should be doing today, but Yeah, exactly. As long as it makes me laugh, it may not make the audience laugh, but as long as it makes me laugh, I guess that's the most important thing, right? Not all jokes fly. But yeah, have fun getting the nails done. Hope you're enjoying the weather in Florida. So fantastic. But yeah, getting this judge assigned to everything is what's going to matter here. So he can just rule on certain things such as dangerousness, and Kelsey can move on with their life. Okay. After that assignment question is answered, he will revisit the bail dangerousness issues at the 312 hearing. Okay. So Judge Karp is going to see the Chief Justice about whether he will be assigned to the case for all matters. After that question is answered, he will revisit the bail dangerousness issues at the 312 hearing. That's the trial readiness hearing. So that will be good. Ray from Dallas is in the house. What's going on? He says, salute Mazza, salute chat. Switching judges again after this would be stupid, but would I put it past them? No. Yeah, I know. Actually, like I said, I feel pretty good about Karp overall. Obviously, he had some limitations, but it looks like we got some pretty good resolution. Tim Bradle and Martha Coakley felt pretty good yesterday in the post-hearing when they spoke before the media. Several content creators were out there as well. And it looks like they felt pretty good about it. It's kind of just essentially things just need to get moving. And with the new judge, it might just take some time for this judge to get in the swing of it all. So we'll just see. I think we'll reserve a lot more of our future opinion on him for the upcoming 312 recusal, another recusal, the upcoming March 12th. Blanket out here. Sorry about that. That's what happens when I'm talking for 3 hours. The upcoming trial readiness hearing on March 12th. All right. So the PRI motion, promises, inducements, and rewards. We went over that today. Regarding Justin, the defense argued Justin is a precipient witness and raised conflict of interest concerns related to the decision not to prosecute him for breaking and entering and other alleged crimes. Defense requested related questions, communications, and documentation. I definitely agree with that. I just think that him entering that premises is a big issue. And I think obviously the actions that they were able to report to the court were a huge issue, such as accessing to her laptop, accessing emails, the damage of property that Steve Fitzsimmons reported as well. All things that are concerning. And that evidence is on tape, the entering of that building. It was all in the news. So that will be interesting. A sidebar occurred. The Commonwealth made a disclosure to be memorialized in writing. What that is, I don't know. Judge Karp stated he cannot appoint or order a special prosecutor. That authority rests with higher courts. Regarding Officer Noonan, defense raised credibility-related concerns that may involve personnel-type information. Judge Karp ruled those materials are not within the prosecution's team's files for discovery and must be sought via a Rule 17 because they are personnel records. So, obviously, we went over that a little bit today. The PRI request was denied on that basis. Defense must proceed under Rule 17. So they're going to have to take a little bit of a side road path there. Voir dire and witness lists. The court requested a joint witness list, including prominent names and businesses to screen jurors and ensure no conflicts. This is due to the court by March 5th. So not too far out here. So I'm interested in seeing the witnesses list. I mean, you can guarantee all the cops are going to be on it that have been named here. You're going to have family members named on that, I'm sure, to some degree. Steve Fitzsimmons, essentially, at this point, with the security system, he's going to have to, at some point, he may be called. I'm not sure, but I imagine he's going to be called to speak to the security system, probably to authorize what he does for work. The fact that the security system was installed by him on July 2nd, 2025, I'd imagine he's going to be listed on that. Kelsey will probably be listed, but I don't see her getting called. The defense will not call her. Obviously, we're going to see a defendant called, but she may be on that witness list. Perhaps we'll see. I don't know. Actually, I don't think she's going to be on that list. I don't think she's going to be on the witness list. There's no way they're going to list her. The cops, Noonan, Houston, Daly, they're going to be on that. Chief Charles Gray, he's going to be on that. Any officer that I think permitted Justin to enter the premises that might have been there or given that authority will be there. You might even have some other aspects. So I think there's going to be a lot of witnesses, obviously. Both the prosecutor and Tim Bradle believe this is going to be a 3-day trial. The trial is slated to begin on March 23rd. So it should be a swift trial. You never know how long these trials are going to go. Usually the estimates are pretty effective, though. These, the prosecutor and the defense attorney pretty much know, how long they're going to handle this for, how long these cross examinations and direct examinations are going to go. I agree with you, JC Music Man. I absolutely believe that a report should be filed and a complaint should be filed without question, given what's happened here and the magnitude of all of this. Let's ask the audience: do you believe the trial will begin on time? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, you believe it will start on March 23rd, or no, you will believe it will be delayed by at least a week or more. Let's see what the audience has to say here. Common Sense Investigator says, yes, this will not be the official starting date. Bonnie says, no, yes, it will start on time. Common Sense says, yes, it will start on time. We get a bunch of no's. This will not start on time, not start on time. Yes, it will. No, it won't. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Yes. No, no, no. Yes, Chrissy, good to see you. No, won't start on time. Yes, on time. KY Maverick says yes on time. Shirley says no. No, no. Yes, it will start. So it's pretty balanced here. It's pretty balanced here. All right. Next question. How many days do you think the trial will last? Let's put a numeric answer in the chat. How many days do you believe the trial will last? Let's just go with 3 or more. So 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6. Just put the number you think of days the trial will last. How many days will this trial last? Some people are saying 4. 4 to 5. Seize the Day says 10. Ms. Holmes says, Becky says 5. That's another question of how long when the trial will be ready. 5 from Janelle, 4 from Lori, 7, 4 to 5 from Courtney. Common Sense says 4. Charlie says 5. US Lily says 7. Ernie says 5. KY Maverick says 4. Chrissy says 4. US Lily says 7. Credulity, good to see you. Conland says 7. Bonnie says 4. Actually, here we go. Next question. Do you think, given the information that we have just learned, well, actually maybe not, because the defense has probably already taken this all into consideration, so probably no. I'm not going to poll that question. 9 days here. Next question. Even though we don't have the witness list yet, what person would you most like to see called to be on the stand for questioning, whether by the prosecution or by the defense? Who would you most like to see? It's Officer Noonan. I want to see Officer Noonan cross-examined by Bradle. Who's the person you most want to see on the stand? Someone said, a lot of people are saying Justin here. Justin. I should probably have said besides him. Justin. Let's go. Let's rephrase. Actually, yeah, I guess he's one of the. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Okay, we'll have no restriction on this question. Yeah, people saying Noonan. Noonan. You're saying Mullen Law wants to see Justin. Noonan. Someone says Noonan and Justin. Those are some of the people's thoughts on that. The Chief of Police, Chief Charles Gray. Interesting. Absolutely. With the mother, Kelsey's mother being in that house, I don't think they're going to call her mother, but with her mother being in that house, if they do need her to testify, they may or may not need her to testify, but she might testify if they do call the mother, which I don't think they're going to do. But if they did, I think the best question would be a few things, like verification of where people were in the house. What floor were you on? Who was in that room? Did you hear the officer say Kelsey? I don't imagine they're going to call her, but as a witness. But if she's called, I think those are the two questions that I think that the defense would ask what room were you in? What floor were you on? What did you hear from upstairs? Tell us what you heard. I don't think they're going to call her, but I just think that if they did, those are probably going to be the questions that are asked. I think it would be a quick direct examination as well. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just all craziness. I think one of the things that's going to be asked is that why was Kelsey asked to go to a park and wait there? What was the motive in that? Obviously, we know what happened behind the scenes, but what was the motivation in having her leave the home specifically? So what I'm saying is that why, if they were not, if he had already moved out of the home, why did he have to have her leave her home for? I don't understand that. That's a question I have in my head. What was the need to have her meet him at a park as opposed to just meeting at one of their home locations? Why did that happen? That's a question I have in all of this. Why did she need, why was the proposition, hey, meet me at the park, to go fill out that? I don't get it. I don't understand what was going on there. I don't know. Those are just questions that I have. For Noonan, my question for him, if I was the direct cross-examiner, would be related to the gun jam. I would be saying to himself, how did it jam? Why, when you assessed that it jammed, why didn't you just tackle her to the ground when you were less than 10 feet away and twice her size or 3 times her size? Why did you open fire? You have military experience? You have firearm experience? Have you been in a situation before? Would you have been able to use a taser gun? Would you have been able to use pepper spray? Would you have been able to use physical force to restrain her? Why did you take it upon yourself to open fire? I think Noonan's going to be a huge cross. That's going to be a big cross-examination. And he's going to be one of the people that's on the stand for he's going to be one or two longest on the stand. Definitely for sure. There's no question about it. I mean, it's just going to be a long cross-examination for him. There's a lot because, and he said, she said. Noonan is the one that really, it's he said, she said between Kelsey and Justin. It's he said, she said between Noonan and Kelsey. So those are the two biggest factors in all of this. There's going to be a lot of questions about the department themselves, the restraining order being served, the way it was served, the manner that it was served in. Those are all things for me that stand out like a sore thumb, that need questions, that need answers to them, quite frankly, because I don't like how things have played out. Jess Machado posted a deed about home ownership. I'm going to open this up right now and go over this. I'm going to be live for a while today. This is a pretty big show for me today. It's allowing me two things. It's allowing me to get my thoughts out, and it's also allowing me just to catch up on a lot of things. And I'm kind of using that time today to do that. So let's share the screen. This is shared by Jess Machado on Twitter. And Jess described this as a review of the deed to Kelsey Fitzsimmons' former home does not indicate Justin was ever listed as an owner of the property. His name is also not mentioned in any of the mortgage documents relating to the property. So here we have the quitclaim deed, and this is referring to 125 Phillips Road in North Andover. And let's see what it says here. Okay, so this looks like the purchase of the deed, or the purchase of the home. This is the deed. And it says, I, Mark Kalinsky, an unmarried person of Worcester, for consideration in the amount of $485,000 $485K, the receipt and sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged, grant Kelsey Fitzsimmons individually, now of Phillipsbrook Road, with quitclaim covenants. All right, the land with the buildings. Individually now Grant Kelsey Fitzsimmons individually now previously of that address, currently at the time with that address of quitclaim covenants. The land with the buildings therein in North Andover, Essex County, Mass, being numbered 31 on a plan of Beacon Hill made by R.W. Seamus C.E. dated October 1906 and recorded in Essex North District Registry of Deeds as plan number 0381, formerly at the end of Book 239, to which plan reference may be had for a more particular description, further bounded and described as follows. Okay, so this is the whole deed, breaking it down. Again, it doesn't list them at all, I guess is the main point here. Grantor hereby certify under pains and penalties of perjury that he irrevocably releases and terminates any and all homestead rights which he may have in the premises, however acquired. Okay. So again, it's a 1-to-1. It's a 1-to-1 here. Kelsey, sole owner. Well said. That's it. I mean, that's it. That tells you everything you need to know right there. She's the sole owner. It's on there. He's not listed, you know? And again, when it comes to court, what is it all about? I didn't do the right screen, did I? Let me zoom in on this. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize this was this bad. I should have checked that sooner. Right here. Let me see how it looks for you guys. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Hold up. So here it is right here. It says Mark Kolensky. And then Grant Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It just says her name only on that deed. That's it. And again, everything's lawful and legal and authorized. And, you know, this is all, you know, the Massachusetts State Excise Tax, Essex North Registry filed this here on July 7, 2023, docked it, put a fee with it and everything. It's all listed. And it's very clear. Very clear. Yeah. All there is to it. So I'll blank that out there. Zoom myself up the size, back to full size here. There we go. Okay, good. So that's interesting. Again, that's pertinent information there because this is all favorable towards a breaking and entering claim. So it's like when you say allegedly, well, if he doesn't live there, then he's not, you know, he doesn't live there. So it's just, see what I got here too. This was the determination, the bail. If I'll skip that, we pretty much covered that. Just checking the internet here just to see if I have any other notes and stuff I want to talk about today before I go off the air and say, oh man, I should have talked about that. Let's see, that we don't need to talk about. I know Britt Happens was happy on Twitter. She wrote, you might have heard me mention in previous fundraisers that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, that I had questions about Officer Noonan's position with his employment, stemming primarily from local news reports of him being on and on active duty. Today we received some of the answers via the defense's motion. That talked about his incident leave and where he was at. So she was happy about that. That's good. You know, I've been saying too, sorry, we need to get this story amplified as much as possible. Everybody's doing a great job, but I just say we need to continue doing our best to do that. The Facebook group is growing, and we'll just continue to do that. More people have been showing up to court. That's awesome. Just great work, but we'll continue to just kind of amp this thing up and get attention on it. Thank you so much. I hope you know the good that you do. Your dedication is worth of so much respect. Thank you so much, Ginger. Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I mean, that's huge right there. You know, he says they would have swept, he or she says they would have swept this under the rug if Kelsey Fitzsimmons didn't survive. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm sure some of the things would have been noticed and called attention to, but who knows what would be swept under the rug right now without her to be out there and stand and say say all that. So, yeah, it was a great crowd yesterday. A lot of familiar faces. I recognized a few faces there as well, which was great to see. You want to talk about the park meeting distraction? Yeah, I don't know why that needed to be done. Why couldn't she? Why didn't you say, "Hey, I'll meet you at your house"? Or, oh, well, I mean, I guess he could have just said, "Hey, I'll meet you at your house," and never show up and then file it. But I don't know why there was a need to get her out of that house and put her at a location outside of her own home for what, a couple hours? I don't get that. I don't get that at all. And yes, he needed her out of the house, but why? What was the motive? What was the reason for that? That's what I'm still deliberating on with my debate internally. Is like, what was, because it would have to do to have her out of the house. It would have to have something to do with the house, is what I'm thinking. But what would he need to know about the house, or what would be concerning about the house if he'd already lived there recently? And I don't think she had ever reported that anything was missing. Well, she would have got back to the house, then the cops would have shown up. I just don't understand. That's one part that's still mystifying me. I don't get that. I don't get it. Would they be recounting the house? Did someone need access to the house? And if they needed access to the house, what did they need access to? Because the cameras in the house were working, so they didn't disable any cameras. It just doesn't make sense. Because the only reason to get her out of the house is because it would have to do with something with the house. Casing a place. I mean, canvassing the place. Were they canvassing it? Were they walking around to get a good idea of what they were going to do? Were there cops out there? Were there any neighbors nearby that day that reported cops in the area or undercovers in the area? They were canvassing that house before they eventually showed up there hours later upon her return. You know? It mystifies me still, that aspect of this. But then he doesn't remove the letter, though, until 4 days later. Could be possible. I know. I'm hoping this. I'm interested to see what's on that camera footage. I'm interested to see what's on that camera footage. You know. Yeah, it's curious to me. Why would he wear black gloves? Well, yeah, even Baltimore law agrees as well. What most people don't realize about firearms is that, you may or may not know this, your hands can get a little dirty from firearms. Basically, gunpowder and stuff can kind of get on your hands a little bit. So like they usually recommend that you wash your hands afterwards. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying it's pre-motivated. But I am saying that could be asked. You know, why did you wear rubber gloves for? Did you anticipate, did you go in there with any, did you or did you not go in there with any premeditation? Did you or did you not anticipate any gunfire? That's it. The only thing that's interesting to me is that Kelsey's mom was there. And I'm not saying that her being shot was premeditated. But what, in a scenario that we ponder or theorize it being a premeditated, say they were premeditated, and say like they hypothetically walked in there and said, okay, we're going to go in there, we're just going to pop her and end her life. Her mom's in the house on the first floor, which I think if for any reason this was premeditated, I personally don't think so. I just think that Noonan overreacted and up, and they tried to cover it up. But if it was premeditated, and I don't think it is, I would say One second. Sorry, just one second. I had to answer something. I would say that they would. What if? Why would they ever allow the mother in the house if it was premeditated? Though that wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't make sense. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, it wouldn't be. It would if it was premeditated. They would make sure the mother was never in the house because they wouldn't want the mother to be there to witness what happened. But it could be premeditated in a sense that if it was premeditated, that they had an idea in mind of what they were going to do and how they were going to do it, and basically they would just fire one shot, try to or hit her with one shot, it would be fatal, and then to say, "Oh yeah, she pulled the fire on me," but they'd have to have her in a place though where they knew she had the firearm. So that's why the premeditation doesn't make sense to me, because I think that theory falls flat. Because how would the cops know where the firearm was? How would they know? He would have no time to. They would have no time to fix the scene up with the mother present because the mother would have overheard all that stuff. So they really can't forge the scene with the mother present because she would say, "Oh, no, you guys were up there and I heard you guys were doing stuff and up to no good." It says that our mom was there. Unless it was it Justin's mom? I read it as Kelsey's mom. Am I wrong? Because that's what I read in the. Yes, the mother. Yes, Kelsey's mom was there. Yes, Justin's mom was there. Her mom, Kelsey's mom. Okay, when did her mom get there? Because she was listed as on the according to the report that I read. She was on the first floor, and her mom was there when the shooting took place, right? One sec. I'm going to go to that. I'm going to open that back up. Oh, no, I read that on the accounts page. That was on Kelsey's mom, but I don't know. Kelsey's mom. Okay, one sec. It was on the Facebook group. One second. I got to track that again. Stand by. Stand by. Okay, let's go to this group. Just going to access this information. And okay, Kelsey's mother was there. Okay, she was there because she's listed as being on that first floor. Sorry, getting there. She was there. Justin was there. Then it was Officer Houston. And then it was Officer Daly. Those are the four people in the baby, right? If I have my fact, one second, I'm just a little frozen here. That's what I had. That's what I read earlier, and that's what I had. So they that's what I'm thinking that. One second. Right. So the mother was on the first floor, and the baby was there. Right. So that the mother was there. Kelsey's mother was there. I think when I originally read that months ago, I interpreted it as being Justin's mother, but it is Kelsey's mother. And I'll tell you, that's why I don't think necessarily there was a premeditation. That's why I necessarily don't think that they walked in there and just said, "Oh, let's off Kelsey," because the mother would have been right there to say, "Hey, there's all kinds of, foul play here." And it wouldn't have made, it wouldn't have flown. I personally think this was an incident that got out of control. I personally think that Noonan overreacted to the situation. She was going to go turn the firearm on herself, and then he just reacted with some shots, messed up, said, "Oh, she did it." that part, I don't know. Maybe they could have premeditated that, but they would have had to have absolutely seen Kelsey with a firearm in her hand in order to get that played off. So those are my thoughts on that. So let me just see here. Trying to reread what I read. Here we go. Officer Sean Daly's account. Sean Daly stated he remained downstairs with Kelsey's mother, Justin, and Officer Houston. He reported hearing Noonan yell, "Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it." There you have it. So Kelsey's mother was in there. So that's basically it. So that's the whole kit and caboodle, which I would say, as horrific as it would have been for her mother to be there and witness all that, it's probably for the best, because if there was going to be any level of foul play, her presence simply being there, because this is the thing. This is my theory. Okay. This is my honest theory about this. Even if it wasn't, because like I said, I don't think it was premeditated, the shooting. I think it's just something that happened, and there was basically a screw up that happened. But overall, I truly believe that he just said, I think what Noonan's saying when he says that, oh yeah, she tried to pull a firearm, that might have been potentially his determination, and he might have overreacted. I don't know. But if the mom's not there, there's no telling what happens in terms of, do they just let her die? Do they delay medical treatment? Because it says, this write-up from Gator Boy, it says that after he fled the scene, the rendering of aid, yet instead of rendering aid, he left the scene and left coworkers from North Andover Fire Department to respond and provide assistance to his ex-fiancée who was suffering from a gunshot wound. However, it also says that the officers were left to provide her with essentially, emergency medical response. So I'm just saying that in a situation where those cops were out to blatantly kill her, use air quotes like Gubatosi, I don't think it's realistic to suggest that those guys blatantly did that or out to blatantly kill her. I just don't, because when I look at it, I don't buy it, because they could have done something to try to prevent Kelsey's mom from being in the home, or they could have had her whatever, and then they could have said, okay, she's been shot, just let her bleed out and die. But that doesn't happen. The emergency services eventually get there. She's helicoptered out of there, right? And then she's obviously at the hospital. If they were out to execute her, they would have made sure she was dead before she was ever transported out of there. I'm sorry, that's the cold hard facts as far as I'm concerned. So that's why I don't believe in, any level of premeditation. And I don't think that that's even feasible. And that's being analytical. Like I said, I blasted the North Andover Police Department, the way they handled the situation, but I don't see premeditation at all anywhere in this. But if there was, I think Kelsey's mom's presence would have been a saving grace, because there would have been somebody with a favorable a level of support measure or concern or care for Kelsey that was on scene. And I don't think they could have possibly executed a premeditated execution with someone like Kelsey's mom present. And even if they wanted to do anything, she would have been all over them saying, "Where's the medical aid for my daughter? Why are you assholes standing the fuck around?" She would have been all over them. So that's why I don't think it's premeditated in any way, shape, or form. That's why I believe in Kelsey's. Like I said, I believe in the account because it makes sense to me. I can believe in Kelsey putting the firearm to herself. Officer Noonan overreacting, interpreting that as her pulling the firearm on him opening fire twice. And then from there, they have to save face and say, Kelsey tried to fire at me. And I'm not trying to criticize Noonan entirely, but I'm not trying to be too impartial to him. It could be possible that he did interpret it as that. only to realize that Kelsey Fitzsimmons said, no, I turned the firearm on myself. And once that firearm comes into play, this is another reason why the firearm should have been taken into custody or secured before anything came out or anybody was in the house. You know, none of this should have ever happened. And Britt Happens has said multiple times on this show, they should have removed Kelsey from the home and anybody else from the home and asked, where's the firearm? Get it secured to prevent that from happening. So I do believe the narrative that I believe Noonan when he says that he believes Kelsey opened fire, but I do not believe Noonan when he says that he said Kelsey's gun jammed and she was trying to shoot him. I don't believe that. I believe he interpreted Kelsey was going to shoot him. And I believe that he reacted in a defensive manner, not in what I'd call self-defense, but I would say that he basically jumped the gun, went into a little bit of a panic, overreacted, and opened fire. I think, to me, that's a fair assessment of what happened. And I would buy him when he says that. I do not buy him when he claims that the gun jam. Now, here's the thing, to connect the dots on this. Is this why Noonan was on leave? Is this why he had Flexerol and then they placed him on that, what we read about earlier? Is that why he was on that? Is it possible that he actually felt extremely bad for what happened? Because he did care, and he did. Is it possible? I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm asking, is that possible? Is it possible he had post-traumatic stress because he shot Kelsey, felt bad about it, but didn't want to go down for it? And is his actions and behavior down the road an indication that he knows in his heart of hearts and his head of head, in his mind, that he shot Kelsey unjustifiably and he can't live with the fact that he did this? Is that why? I know it's for muscle spasms, but still he was still on leave, and the defense is still questioning that. The defense is questioning whether or not, I know it's a muscle relaxant, I know it's not an antidepressant, but I'm still saying, you know, it does relax your body if you're tensed up, you know, but I understand, but what I'm saying is that overall, you know, something's up with this guy is what I'm getting at. You know, something's up with this guy. He's claiming that Flexerol led him to sleep in, but that doesn't necessarily, you know, what I'm getting at and gearing at here is they're telling us it's Flexerol, you know, but they're not, what they're not saying is was he on something else though? That's what I'm driving at is, let me go back to that report. We're having a great conversation here today, guys. We're having a good debate here. We're figuring things out. Love you guys all so much. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for supporting Kelsey. And someone said, I was prescribed Flexerol for my back years ago. It doesn't make you oversleep. Nurse Kim's in the house. Nurse Kim, I inboxed you on X. Check your inbox. Check your inbox. All right, so I just want to go back to the emotion here once it loads up, because I think we're on to something here. What I'm suggesting is I think this guy fell into a steep depression. I'm suggesting, or maybe he just has some kind of level of remorse. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I know we want to always look at people as in the most horrible sense, but is it possible, you know, he's, one second here. Let's see where it is. Here it is. Okay, here we go. So let's go back to this motion. And let's go here. Okay, here we go. Nurse Kim's in the house. Love Nurse Kim. All right, here we go. So Noonan answers this door and stated he had taken Flexerol, right? So he answers the, let me zoom in on this. Let me get this fixed up for you guys. Oh, you did? Oh, perfect. Excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Nurse Kim. Thank you for that. So you weren't able to make it, but have a great day. You're moving. All right, have a good move tomorrow, and thank you for sharing, praying, and donating. Nurse Kim is the best. Follow Nurse Kim. She's awesome. Absolutely love Nurse Kim to death. One of my favorite people on YouTube. She's a hilarious, very hilarious too with her. I like her phrases all the time. Punch the monkey, justice for Punch the Monkey as well, Kim. All right, there we go. All right, so let's do. We're gonna do some word debating here. Let's do this. Let's take a look. Let me get my Zoom levels right. 1 second. It's over zooming too much. Okay. So Noonan eventually answered the door and stated he had taken Flexerol. So he's claiming he's taking Flexerol, but that is not verification that he had taken Flexerol. So he answered the door and said, yeah, I took Flexerol. I didn't wake up for work. He is making that claim. But that is not verification that he overslept because he had taken Flexerol. That goes to a point made earlier that someone had. Yes, we're aware. Yep, we're aware. We're talking about January 11th. Yep. Someone says Flexerol can make you sleep. I knocked me out for 24 hours and even after I was woozy. So someone says it does. Another person says it does not. Everyone is different with different medications. That's a fair point. I know, Kim. I was at the message Kim on the side. Kim, check your DMs. Love Kim. Love her. But what I'm gearing at is I'm not saying that Flexerol is a sign of depression. I just find what I find peculiar here is he takes the Flexerol. He claims he takes the Flexerol. He doesn't show up for work. He's declared AWOL by his police department. So basically, to read this, on or about January 11, 2026, Officer Noonan failed to report for a scheduled shift and was deemed AWOL. Officers responded to his residence for a well-being check after phone calls went unanswered. Officer Noonan eventually answered the door and stated he had taken Flexerol and did not wake up for work. So some people are saying in the chat, it may not affect drowsiness, others are. Despite this, he received only a written reprimand. However, he was placed back on critical incident leave effective January 17, 2026. He has continued to be permitted to work paid detail assignments while on leave. So let me get, this is my key point here. This is really what I've been driving at this whole time. Okay, so here we go. This is the point I've been trying to make. I want to drive this home now. Because Bradel writes in this letter, so again, to recap, Noonan says he was on Flexerol and overslept. Despite this, he received only a written reprimand, but then he's placed back on critical incident leave on July 17th, right? But when you go back here, after shooting his colleague, he was immediately placed on critical incident leave from June 30th to August 27th. So after that shooting, they relate that. So the critical incident leave designation that's applied to him is as a result of the shooting, right? As a result of the shooting, I'll repeat myself a few times. I want to drive. This is what I'm driving at. What I'm suggesting is after the shooting, he's specifically placed on critical incident leave. All right. He then returns to work for 138 days up until January 11th, where he fails to report for a scheduled shift and is deemed AWOL. All right. After that, they go do a well-being check, boom, 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 boom. Despite this, he only gets a written reprimand. However, he's placed back on critical incident leave again on January 17th. So I want you guys to drive home my point. What I'm correlating here is the word critical incident leave. He's placed on critical incident leave following the shooting of his colleague, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, from this duration. Then this AWOL incident happens, but then after his reprimand, he's placed back on leave again on January 17th. What that leads me to believe and theorize is that he was having some kind of an issue related. This is what I'm theorizing. Is this what was the reason for putting him back on critical incident leave again, right? Because again, if he's on it once, He's off for 138 days. There's an incident that happens. Then he's back on it again. What I'm pushing for here is this really related to matters related to the leave he was originally on? Because mentally he was struggling after that shooting. And then he's continued to be permitted to work paid details while on leave. And then Bradel writes, critical incident leave is extraordinarily reserved for officers unable to perform duties due to trauma. So basically what the point is that it sounds to me like they can understand why he was on critical incident leave the first time, but why is he placed back on it again on January 17th? I think that's what is being driven here. So officers placed on critical incident leave are typically removed from active duty because they're not considered fit to perform all responsibilities of a police officer. Then he gets into the working details here about, the light duty and all that stuff. The details of these extraordinary arrangements are critical to the defense. So what I'm thinking here is I'm wondering, paid leave, deferred discipline, employment protection, or internal agreements regarding discipline or tangible benefits. If any favorable treatment was extended in connection with this cooperation or testimony, it's impeachment evidence that must be disclosed. I'm just wondering if, this is what I've been thinking in my head. I'm just wondering if in any way, shape, or form, the defense is targeting this term critical incident leave based on specifically the fact that he has this incident. And then all of a sudden, he's placed back on critical incident leave again on January 17th. And I know they're talking about favorable like favoritism towards him. But I just find it intriguing to myself that he has this work incident here. Then he's right back on critical incident leave again. Why would they put him? Why wouldn't they just suspend him? Why wouldn't they just do whatever? I don't get it. It doesn't, I don't know. To me, it just, is there something, am I overthinking this, or is there something more there? I don't know. I don't know if I'm over debating this, but I just wonder if, I'm just going to read the comments here. Yeah, we love Nurse Kim. Sounds like they're covering for him. He may have been struggling prior to shooting. Oh, that's a good point. Sounds like he has addiction issues. And could that addiction issue have led to him overreacting in that situation? The CW wants to make him look sympathetic. Was he drinking and taking Flexerol? Great question. What I think I'm alluding to is I'm wondering if this guy had mental issues, mental irregularities. And I think someone just said it. Is it possible this guy had issues beforehand and overreacted and shot? Or is it possible this guy had trauma from mental trauma, knowing he was whatever, and he was using stuff like Flexerol, other stuff, who knows what, alcohol, who knows what. But that's why, like KY Maverick's saying here, defense is clearly investigating drug issues. But, I'm just wondering if there's something more here that they're looking into. And they may already know. If I had to guess, sounds like he was dealing with mental health issues, probably other issues, substance abuse, triggering his second leave. Right. And as a result of that, I'm wondering, did that in any way, because what just stands out to me this just stands out to me like a sore thumb. And I don't need, I'm just wondering if the defense is already on this or what, but it's so interesting that he's on that initial specifically critical incident leave that first time, right here, right there, right after shooting his colleague. He was immediately placed on critical incident leave from that date, turns to work, this incident happens, and then they'd put him right on that thing again. Why would missing work? Because despite what happened, he only received a written reprimand. Like, hey, it's like a tardy slip at school. You're whatever, you're late for work. you know, whatever, you get a written reprimand. Then all of a sudden, boom, he's back on critical incident leave again. That just, to me, that's interesting. I'm wondering if there's something there. Maybe nothing, but there could be something. But it's definitely right. The first leave is 100% normal. What is not is the second one. That's exactly what I'm driving at here. What's up with that second leave? And is that second leave in any way related to what happened the first time around? Was this guy suffering? Did this guy have mental trauma prior to the shooting? Did he have mental health issues prior to the shooting? Quite conversely, did this all happen after the shooting? I don't know. Was he someone that was really close with Kelsey, loved Kelsey? Is he someone that knows that Kelsey didn't try to draw the firearm on him, or later learned that she might have not have drawn it on him, and he shot her and he felt bad, and now he's being driven into depression, alcohol? I don't know. Don't know. But these are things that I'm pondering deeply. So this is all just allegations. This is all just theories that I'm combing through, but just thoughts that I have on this whole matter and things that I'm pondering. You know, someone said some departments make you disclose RXs that can cause impairments. It was believed that he was in the military. It's believed that he was in the military. Tardy sound effects slip, please. That's funny. Yeah, hold on. We got sound effects now here on MazzaMedia. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Did he have PTSD prior to the shooting? Did he, was he someone that went in that house that day, had no intention of shooting anyone? And that's true. That's a great point here. That's a great point here. That Kelsey and Noonan had that incident they witnessed. Is it possible this guy, this officer, was not in the right state of mind? Is it possible? I'm not saying like he was 100% unable to do the job, but I mean, was he somehow just not like he used to be? He may have been on leave from trauma both he and Kelsey had from witnessing a mother unalive herself. I don't know. Here we go. If we're guessing, I would say he was stressed out about possibly being found wrong in his use of deadly force upon Kelsey. I agree. I think that's a good theory. Yeah, we're combing through theories today, but yeah, it's there's just so much to it. The more and more you dig, the more and more you start to theorize stuff. We don't know what's true and what's not, obviously, but I think I would be satisfied with a theory that suggests that speaking from Officer Noonan specifically, I would be satisfied with the truth being, if this was the truth, that he overreacted to her pulling a firearm to herself, opened fire, shot her, missed her, hit the air conditioner, shot again, hit her. Then he just said, "Oh, she tried to shoot me," and that's where it all kind of began from. So that's, I don't know. We're doing a lot of theorizing today on this show, but those are some of the things I'm thinking about right now. But yeah, again, it goes back to reasonable doubt. Did Kelsey, what was Kelsey's intentions? What did she intend to do? What were her aspects in all of this? And I don't know, but I do believe that she pulled the firearm on herself. I just don't understand why Kelsey would pull a firearm on a fellow officer, and then, obviously he reacted to it and had time to shoot her. So that tells me, I mean, if someone's kneeled down or on the ground, they're going to pull a firearm out and they're going to try to pop you. They're going to do that so quickly you don't have a moment to react at all. But if she's taking the time to put the firearm to herself, there might be an attacking shooter is going to try to shoot you quickly and unbeknownst to you. Someone committing suicide that's going to open fire on themselves is going to do that almost in a sense that it's very visible to you that they're going to do this. So there's a longer moment in a suicide attempt than a homicide attempt. because if she pulled the gun on herself, there'd be a moment there where she might have done it slowly or whatever, and then he reacts and says, "Oh my God," and then bomb, pop. That's possible. But I mean, I would find that acceptable that I would go with the fact that he overreacted, made a mistake. They covered it up, claimed Kelsey tried to shoot him, rolled with that, and that was the story. And obviously the grand jury dropped this down quite a bit too. So, right, why would he say Kelsey don't do it? Right, because that would mean, right, okay, right, because that would, right. If she tried to pull a firearm out on him, but that's why they're using the gun jam theory, because what they're trying to do is, with the gun jam theory, is it's trying to elongate the window of time where he shot. So he can't just say like, "Oh, she pulled a firearm and I shot her." It has to be like, he had to establish it. Like, okay, she pulled the firearm out on me, then it jammed. Well, if it jammed, why did you shoot her though? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. So he would have to have it would have to be an elongated moment where he would have the reaction time to unholster his own firearm, aim at her and shoot, and open fire. That's why I've always thought the first shot missed. Right. And the gun jam theory hurts them only more. Lauren and I talked about this greatly on this program, that gives them an opportunity to mace her, tase her, or tackle her, or wrestle her to the ground, whatever. That's why that theory doesn't make sense. But then it goes back to this point that was made here. Why did he say, "Kelsey, don't do it, don't do it"? That would indicate that she had the firearm. And it doesn't make sense to me. Their theory doesn't make any sense to me at all, that anything happened other than outside of the fact that that's why, to me, it just adds to the point, to Lauren's point, that she pulled the firearm on herself. Kelsey, don't do it. Boom, boom. And then that's where I think that's how it all came down. And then I think he said, "Oh yeah, she opened fire on me." Then they were all caught up, not in the investigation of what happened, but more on medical aid for her, got her out of here. At some point, they just said, "We'll just stick with the fact that we'll say the gun jammed. That's why you shot her." And then that's it. Scott says, "Gun jam theory doesn't hold water with me, plus no information about the state of Kelsey's weapon post-incident." That's huge. Because I can't remember now, did she clear the jam or not? Because there was no jam. Let's be honest. There was no jam. So they would have to produce a fire. They would have to claim, well, did the gun jam or not? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But they didn't make a claim to suggest that it jammed. I mean, excuse me, that it unjammed. You know, did they ever say like it unjammed? She was trying to fix it. You know, it doesn't. It's very interesting to me, but I think it goes in Kelsey's favor. Like I said, I just think this guy made a big mistake, and he could be having mental health issues because to this day, for all we know. Take care, Rhonda. Have a good one. We'll be back at 4:00 tomorrow too. Kelsey said it jammed. I don't recall her saying that. Can someone speak to this in the comments? I don't recall her saying that. Let's seek out a second opinion. They didn't think she would live. Yeah, good point. I don't recall Kelsey saying it jammed. Somebody speak to that for me. She did say that? So she attempted to. Okay, so Becky says, "I thought so." In her first affidavit. I got to gain access to that. Somebody did say that it jammed. I know Noonan said it jammed and she tried to fix it, but I did not know Kelsey said that. Somebody did say that in the reports? Okay. Kelsey did say it in her initial letter to the public, I think. I need to get access to that affidavit then. I'm going to check for those reports and look at it. Looking for it now. Thank you. The Glare will be joining us tomorrow, 4:00 for the fundraiser. Yeah, it's the affidavit, yeah. Yeah, I just try to think through everything. I know I'm not going to be right or wrong about everything. Yeah, common sense, thank you. I'll be on the lookout for that. I think through stuff. I'm also just trying to take, just trying to, just send it over to MazzaMedia at yahoo.com. Send it right over there. I'll take a look for it. I just like, one of the things I've been pushing myself about for this the past week too is I'm just trying to get my level of education on this even deeper. Okay, perfect. Just want to start to kind of know the more nuts and bolts about it. I believe in her theory that she it was, even if it jammed, she went to go put the firearm in her own head and it jammed. So at the end of the day, there's no denying that. They might have taken, it's kind of like, it would be kind of similar to Karen Reed when they found the taillight and they're like, oh yeah, she backed into John. That's why the taillight's broke. And then it turns out it was really because she backed into John O'Keefe's vehicle at One Meadow Lane. It could be something like that. Where, one second, just checking for information here. So, I mean, a gun jam theory wouldn't have mattered. I just don't understand why she could have put it to her. Did she potentially put it to her own head, clicked it, then it jammed? Noonan had to come up with the Kelsey attempted to shoot at him, explained away over a gun jam that is highly unlikely and easy to prove if a weapon was properly examined. Well, what if here's the thing, Scott. What if it jammed while she was trying to chamber the first round? What if she chambered, when you put the magazine into a handgun, that first bullet, you got to chamber the first round into the slide. So what if she pulled the firearm, and then when she tried to chamber the first round, the damn slide jammed on her, and that's where the jam happened. That would have been more probable. I think that might have been more probable than if she put the firearm in her own head and tried to open fire. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's just waiting for some emails here. Let's see what we got. But that, if someone has the, Lauren Katie's working on it. Lauren might have sent it to my ex here. But yeah, I mean, it could have jammed initially. We're over 82,000 for Kelsey. Right. Was the magazine already inserted? Was a round already chambered? I'm going to say I doubt the round was already chambered, but I could potentially believe that it was, I'm having deja vu. I think we talked about this months ago. One of the first times I talked about this. Right. Was the magazine already, I'm having deja vu right now. The chamber is clear until she slides around into it, but there's already a round and she tries to slide one in, it will jam. Right. That could have worked as well. Yeah. That's interesting. See what we got. Oh, here we go. We got some stuff. Hold up. What do we got here? Crime Times, Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. All right. And Amanda, Law Girls, does this information have the information on that that jamming? Because that's what I want to look deeper in today. Deep dive. Saturday afternoon, deep dive. Go into my email. Stand by, folks. It'll just take a moment. I just want to really start to break down the nuts and bolts of every single action, every single moment, that's why we need microdots on this. To do these video breakdowns too. 1 second. Standing by. Actually, wait a second. What's that website? All right, stand by. I got a web link here I'm going to use. So, guys, just taking a moment here. I do apologize for that. 4 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to have the Glare, Common Sense Investigator, Mullen Law, Britt Happens, and maybe potentially a few more guests on our show tomorrow to do a 4 o'clock fundraiser for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Right now, we're going to take a look at this system here. This law article here. Sorry about that. It's having some slow. There we go. Sorry, guys, for the hold up. Boy, I wish this would get here. It's having a little bit of a delay here. I apologize. It's taking way longer than expected. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, just about there. All right, just a moment now. Oh, what do we got here? There we go. All right, here we go. Okay, we got the case file here. All right, here we go. All right. I got a shot clock violation, Karma? Come on. All right, here we go. Someone's doing the downloading thing here, yeah. Need the glare as Jeopardy music. All right, here we go. All right, so this is the case. This is the case file here. There's a shot clock violation. Okay, Sarah gave permission. She's involuntary involved in mental health treatment. She'll return to work afterwards. Case timeline. Take a look here. Go down to July 17th, 2025. Thank you. All right, perfect. I'm going to actually save this link, actually, because I need this. This is a jackpot of information. Thank you, Law Girls Not Attorney. July 17th. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get this evened out. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm at July 17th, 2025. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I need to have some chicken wings later today for sure. I got wings ready to go for later. We'll be good. All right, Attorney Bradel issues a press release on Kelsey's behalf. In that statement, Kelsey emphasizes her longstanding dedication to law enforcement and public safety, describes herself as a devoted mother who has never spent more than one night away from her son, acknowledges her postpartum depression diagnosis, and says she sought treatment immediately and followed medical advice. Criticizes the restraining order process, describing it as allowing someone to make horrible, untrue claims that she can strip a parent of access to a child with minimal inquiry. States that on June 30th, 2025, she waited for her baby at a park for nearly 3 hours after Justin asked to meet and that he never showed up or called. She says she returned home only to have 3 of her colleagues arrive shortly afterward and inform her that she was losing her son, her job, and her license. Insists that she put a gun to her own head. There we go. And here we go. Insists that she put a gun to her own head on June 30th, pulled the trigger in a suicide attempt. The gun misfired, and she was then shot in the chest by Officer Noonan. Denies ever pointing a firearm at any officer, denies ever harming or wanting to harm a child. Okay, perfect. All right, so there you have it. Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do what? Kelsey, don't pull the trigger to commit suicide. Don't do it, Kelsey. That's what happened. Okay, so this makes perfect sense now. Thank you, Amanda, for this information. All right. She insists that she put the gun to her own head. She doesn't. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. This is my new theory. Okay, now that I got this information, this is what probably happened. Okay, this is what. Let me know if you guys think this is correct. Let me know if you guys agree with this. Do you think it's possible that everything happened right up to this point? Okay, insists that she put the gun to her own head, and then pulled the trigger in a suicide attempt. Then the gun misfired. So let's say everything happens right up to that point. Okay, is it possible? Now, one or two things we have to talk about now is Noonan's perspective on all of this and what Noonan claimed. Noonan claimed she went to fix the jam. Is it possible Kelsey might have gone to fix that jam? And then I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses here, but is it possible that when she was bringing the firearm back, because it says right after this, the gun misfired, and she was then shot in the chest by Officer Noonan. So was that immediately after? Or did she try to bring that firearm back down? I don't know. His statement is in there too. Okay. I could find that feasible. I've argued against that gun jam and the gun misfiring constantly, but this is interesting. Let's see what we got for Noonan here. I mean, even if the gun jam happened, to get back to that for a second, the gun misfired. I mean, they could just sit there and say, yeah, well, she tried to pull it on us. And then, because they use that gun jam thing. They could turn around at any point and just, yes, they could use that whole story like, yeah, she went to go pull a firearm on us. It misfired. Then she went to unjam it. Yeah, I think it's about as simple as that too, KY. I think the officer just exercised poor judgment and everything else is a cover-up. I think so too. Well, even if she had or didn't have a bullet in the chamber, a round in the chamber, he could have reacted to that right away because she would have had to pull the firearm out, put it to her own head. You know, he still would have had some reaction time there. I don't know. I'm interested to know when he pulled his own firearm out. How long? Oh, no. We're not arguing that. I'm trying to wonder. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm just trying to think from Noonan's vantage point why he would have opened fire like that. And then also at what moment that possibly happens. That's what, to me, just brings this up to another notch. That's why I just believe her theory, because she's saying she turned it on herself. Oh, okay, got you. No. I agree with that too. There's no question. No question now that I know this information that's accurate. Okay, so but he's basically saying like the way he said it was that she fired the weapon, went to go fire at the weapon at him, then it misfired, then she went to go break the jam. But that's not. There's just no way that, I mean, that's where the lie is coming in right there. You know, that's what the lie, to me, any kind of, or at least not the lie, but I'd say the claim that he would make is he's claiming she aimed the firearm at him, then it misfired. She's saying she put it on herself, then it misfired. So I just, I just think it's exactly what she says it is. That's what I think. I just think that I think the biggest evidence in all this is that he missed that first shot. Missing that first shot tells me that he overreacted to this situation. It just does. I just think that this guy went into some level of panic and overreacted. And, you know, that postpartum depression can't be denied. Kelsey's not denying her side of this. You know, she said that there's a lot of shadiness going on, but then all the evidence continues to come out to show that there is. So I just, let's see if there's anything on Noonan here. Yeah, and then the door. You have the door that he brought up. That's not where's the practicality in the door when the door doesn't exist? It's if he's going to say that there's a door there and there's no door there, then it can't be. They arrived. This is funny though. This is funny right here. The officers arrived to serve the restraining order, remove firearms, and transfer custody of the infant. Why didn't they remove the firearms first? Noonan's account. He says Kelsey lunges behind the door. There is no door. Reappears with a gun pointed at him, pulls the trigger, and hears a click. Then she begins racking the slide while he yells commands. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I just don't think that it's very clear to me more than ever that Kelsey is about it. Yeah, see what Maverick said here. If no door is present, he must either be dishonest or impaired in judgment. I like that theory. I like that comment a lot. There was no door. He says Kelsey lunges behind the door, reappears with a gun pointed at him, pulls the trigger and hears a click, then begins racking the slide while he yells commands. There's no door. So this guy can't articulate to you if there's a door or not. He cannot articulate to you the door was a butt dial. I mean, honestly, that's the equivalent. Yeah, this is a great site. I'm going to be, the door was a butt dial. Yeah, the door was a butt dial, ladies and gentlemen. If you scroll down at the bottom of this page, you'll see all the PDFs. Okay, good. This thing's loaded with data. I don't see the PDFs anywhere that you're talking about, Blog Girls. Is it under this case file page, maybe? I mean, it's possible at this point. I mean, this guy's saying there's a door, there's no door. I mean, this is his own account where he says Kelsey lunges behind the door. There's no door. It's just, yeah. She had postpartum depression. She turned the firearm on herself. The firearm is fired. And then that's it. Then he overreacts at some point. It says it under case for me, but if you click on the place where it says source throughout the timeline, it'll bring you to the actual document. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Like right here, for example. Loading, loading, loading. This is supposed to be a 2-hour show today. I think I'm closing in on 5 hours at this point. Okay, here we go. All right, so this has the docs right here. 15-page report. This is from the Massachusetts State Police. Let's see. Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Well, that's honestly KY. That's a huge point right there, because was this guy under the use of marijuana? I mean, I mean, that should always be questioned nonetheless. We're not saying he is. However, it would be nice to know if he was, you know, was he using Flexerol at that point months earlier? Did he have, does that impair judgment by any chance? If you mix that with something else, does that impair judgment? You know, those are things that, yeah, I know, you're right. But me being a theorist, it's tough to, there was to debate the heck out of this stuff. It's tough not to. The only one that could possibly answer what happened in the bedroom is Kelsey herself. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's good. All the documents are here, and this thing's being updated, which is good. Did he misremember the door? Maybe it was a false memory. You know, jeez. I don't know. I don't know. I saw that last comment. I don't know. Here we go. We can control finding this thing good. Fine. There we go. At approximately, okay, this is when they get known. Lieutenant Daly, who was interviewed on July 2nd, 2025, stated that he remained on the first floor of the house with Fitzsimmons' mother, Justin, and Officer Houston. He stated he heard Officer Noonan on the second floor yell, "Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it." It was followed by 2 gunshots. All of the officers began to render first aid to Fitzsimmons and requested an ambulance to the scene. While administering aid to Fitzsimmons, Lieutenant Daly stated that he observed a firearm where Fitzsimmons was lying. He moved the firearm to the bed out of the reach of Fitzsimmons. After the incident, while medics were treating Fitzsimmons' injuries, Daly said that Officer Noonan told him prior to the shooting, Fitzsimmons had pointed a firearm at him. Okay, so there we go. This is exactly what I was thinking. I never knew this. After the incident, while medics were treating Fitzsimmons' injuries, Lieutenant Daly said that Officer Noonan told him, Daly, that prior to the shooting, Fitzsimmons had pointed a firearm at him. That is when Officer Noonan shot her. So he doesn't say this till after the incident. Now, I'm wondering, was this inside her house or outside of the house when this happened? Officer Houston says here, moments later, he heard Officer Noonan scream, "Kelsey," followed by 2 gunshots. Houston immediately ran upstairs and observed Fitzsimmons laying on the ground. He asked Officer Noonan what happened, and Officer Noonan stated that Fitzsimmons pointed a firearm at him, pulled the trigger, then racked around him. Stated that Fitzsimmons pointed a firearm at him, pulled the trigger, then racked around him ammunition. After the shooting, all of the officers began to render first aid. So that's Daly. That's Lieutenant DeMio. And I interviewed Timothy Houston. Okay, so this is the Timothy Houston. Houston stated that. Okay, perfect. This is Noonan now. Officer Noonan provided a statement. Officer Noonan provided a statement that was consistent with the timeline of events provided by Daly and Houston. During the restraining order service process, Officer Noonan was alone with Fitzsimmons on the second floor of the house. The second floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and a closet. Officer Noonan stated that Fitzsimmons was packing clothing and books for the infant. Noonan stated that Fitzsimmons was kneeling on the ground. See? Interesting. All right, let's see if there's something here. Noonan stated that Fitzsimmons was kneeling on the ground, folding laundry, and in her bedroom. Now, so he says, in the other page here, it says, Kelsey lunges behind the door, reappears with a gun. Okay, let's see how this goes here. Okay. Toward an area behind the door, yeah. Officer Noonan, standing in the doorway, observed Fitzsimmons' face towards him, lunge towards an area behind the door, then reappear pointing a firearm directly at him. Officer Noonan said Fitzsimmons pulled the trigger and he heard the firearm click, but no round was fired. Fitzsimmons then began to stand up as Noonan pulled his firearm out of his holster. I doubt that he would have had a reaction time that slow to that, though. Officer Noonan said Fitzsimmons pulled the trigger and he heard the firearm click, but no round was fired. You see, he's claiming that she just jumped out of from behind the door. It's like, no, there's no door, man. Fitzsimmons then began to stand up as Noonan pulled his firearm out of its holster. Fitzsimmons began to rack the firearm to chamber around. Okay. Officer Noonan gave several commands such as drop the gun and don't do it. Officer Noonan stated that at this point, he knew she was trying to kill him. He fired one round, and Fitzsimmons continued trying to chamber around. Officer Noonan fired a second round, striking Fitzsimmons. Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan in Houston then began to render first aid to her and request EMS to the scene. Noonan stated that Officer Steve Core arrived on scene after the shooting as the fourth officer. Officer Core made Fitzsimmons' firearm safe by removing the magazine. He reported that there was a round of ammunition in the firearm. He then placed the firearm in a safe. A search warrant was executed at the residence, and 4 semi-automatic firearms were seized. That sounds a little bit grandiose, considering there's no door there. Yeah, everyone trying to lunge from your knees, give that a try. Yeah, exactly. We can demonstrate that live tomorrow if you're down for it. But no, we're kidding. But you don't have to do that. But yeah, it's I don't know. It sounds a little bit extravagant to me. Quite honestly, I just don't buy it. I think Kelsey was basically in a situation where, yeah, right. So she lunges from her knees. Yeah, give that a try tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Stated that, here we go, I'll read this back. Noonan stated that Fitzsimmons was kneeling on the ground folding laundry in the bedroom. Officer Noonan, standing in the doorway, observed Fitzsimmons face towards him, lunged. He doesn't say stand up. He doesn't say stand up. He states that, this is a great catch, Lauren. He states that Fitzsimmons was kneeling on the ground folding laundry in the bedroom. Now, as she's kneeling, Officer Noonan, standing in the doorway, observes Fitzsimmons kneeling, face towards him, then lunged towards an area behind the door, and then reappear pointing a firearm directly. So she had to have disappeared, because he says that she reappears pointing a firearm at him. So that means that she had to lunge behind a doorway or shoot herself behind the door, then come back. This is interesting stuff here. So she then reappears. That means, to me, when I hear reappear, that means she fully disappears. Pointing a firearm directly at him, Officer Noonan said Fitzsimmons pulled the trigger and he heard the firearm click, but no round was fired. Fitzsimmons then began to stand up. So there you go. Now she's going to stand up as Noonan pulled his firearm out of his holster. Fitzsimmons began to rack the firearm to chamber around. Officer Noonan said, drop it, whatever. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. There were no doors on that floor. That's been verified, too. Yeah, that's exactly my argument, too. That's my argument, too. That's for sure. Emails here. It's just interesting stuff right there. It's just, I don't know. I find this all just kind of fantastical stuff. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of stuff to cover, but I just don't buy that theory. I just think that she turned it on herself. I don't see the information to suggest that what would be her motivation. And if it was, I don't know. This doesn't make much sense to me. The Noonan theory. Noonan had to add that she was temporarily out of sight. Otherwise, he would have had an opportunity to stop her from gaining access to her firearm. That's a great point. That's a great point. She had to lunge out of sight. she would have to lunge out of sight. Noonan had to add that she was temporarily out of sight. Otherwise, he would have had an opportunity to stop her from gaining access to a firearm. Right, because it makes sense if she was out of sight. Because if she had, yeah, because his reaction time to me just sounds a little bit behind, quite honestly. It just sounds like he's, I don't know. Even when he says he's going to holster his firearm, it just seems a little bit delayed to me, in my opinion. Yeah, that's a good point too. I think I subscribe to that. He need to be justified. So whatever he says would have to be a justifiable reason to state that, well, this happened and I had to do this. I just think this guy was totally thrown off by the fact that she was going to potentially commit suicide. I think that's what he was thrown off. Check out Noonan. Not long prior to this whole episode, he'd recently at least come back to North Andover. He was reassigned to another department. Yeah, I've heard that story before. So many things about the story do not make sense. If she lunges, that's a problem, and he would have had and he would have repositioned himself. That I don't know. That I don't know. Well, I'm happy I took some time to get deeper into this today. I'll tell you that much. It's just I just wanted to take a lot of time to just really expand my knowledge and ins and outs and get a lot of the facts, more ironed out, like the little moments, the ins and outs. I'm a strong believer in Kelsey, and I still am. It was just that I wanted to just get a little bit more of a timeline understanding. And so there you go. That's a comment right there for you. Would you say there's reasonable doubt? I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, there's nothing to, without body cams, they really can't prove what she did or didn't do. This is a great point here too. Noonan should have been drug tested after his AWOL. What about that? I think he should have been, to that point, I think he should have been drug tested following that shooting. Following that shooting happening. Anybody ever seen the movie Flight with Denzel Washington? Denzel Washington in that movie, it's fictional, was an alcoholic. And he decided to drink some alcohol. I'm still on rocket 5 hours today. He decided to drink some alcohol before the flight. Well, the engine ended up going crazy, and he ended up inverting the plane. Then they crashed the plane somewhere, and they ended up doing a drug test on him, and they found the alcohol. After an incident, it should be standard and routine that those people are drug tested and also tested for alcohol as well, alcohol levels, to properly get an assessment of that person at that current time. And I don't know if that's mandated or not, but it should be. I got my sparkling water. I got my seltzer water going here, Courtney. But yeah, this is I would say he should have been tested for drugs and alcohol after that shooting, because they have to be sure of his judgment. They have to be sure of his assessment. This is not to say he's right or wrong, but it is to take that into consideration when this particular thing happens. So it's interesting to me. It really is. But I've talked for 5 straight hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, 4 p.m., Common Sense Investigators joining me. Mullen Laws joining me. We got the Glare joining us. We got Britt Happens joining us. Maybe even some more people joining us tomorrow for a Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser. We're going to help her out, help her in her fight as she continues on here in a battle for her freedom and to get her baby back. It's been enduring. I've taken a lot of time here to catch up. I also wrap my head around a few theories. And this site I like a lot. I like the site a lot that you gave me. I'm going to be referring back to this site a lot now, because I've been looking for a database of information. Now I have it. Because there's never been like an ability to, I got to rest my voice for tomorrow. I'll have guests on tomorrow, so I won't have to talk as much. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Please subscribe to this channel if you have not. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And we'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. with about a 3-hour show. It'll be about 8 hours this weekend I'm pulling. Mazza, thank you so much, Ms. Holmes. I appreciate it. And Fetters, thank you so much. A lot of theorizing today, a lot of looking into things and analyzing it, trying to figure things out. look at things from different theories and all that. But a great show, great chat today. Thank you guys for everything. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Great today. Conland, thank you. And you guys have a great day. From MazzaMedia, I'm Mark. Take care, guys. All right, bye-bye.